Chapter 61. The Tower 3. 1 month. Yin Wu took out the pocket watch from his backpack and gazed at the face of the watch. A pocket watch badly stained. The hour hand was fixed at 12, just like when he first got it. The only difference was that before it was completely still, but now it was slightly trembling. It meant that the watch was winding little by little. That'll be enough. Yin Wu put the pocket watch back into his backpack and hung magic bayonet on his waist. By the way, Yin Wu's 2 eyes sank deeply. His keener senses scanned through the surrounding area. I got so many players on my tail. A group of people started to follow him soon after he exited the smithy. 15. No, 17. Yin Wu expanded his cognitive reach to its fullest extent to determine the location of his pursuers. Are they after my rewards? Or maybe they're here to threaten me? It seemed to be both. Judging by their movements, it didn't seem they were from just one clan. Because they were moving separately in groups of 5 or 6 people. But even so, they were just small fries. It wouldn't pose him any threat even if they ambushed him all at once. But I don't want to get tangled up in a fight right now. Yin Wu made a turn at the next corner, pretending not to notice them. As soon as he turned, the players following behind also moved in a hurry. But when they turned around the corner, they saw an empty street covered in shadows. What? Where's this fucker? Damn it, we can't lose him. In the end, the pursuers could only pull their hair out in frustration. After slipping past his pursuers, Yin Wu rented a room at a shabby nearby inn. Then he went outside again after buying a robe to put around himself. He had enough money in hand. A substantial amount of karma points he had accumulated during the tutorial. Since the points acted as a currency in the tower, it came in very handy. There was no need to worry about attracting people's attention, because there were lots of people who were dressed up similarly to him. After walking down a few streets, Yin Wu arrived at the highest building in the vicinity. It was a coffee shop. How can I help you, sir? I'd like to use the terrace. After paying quite a lot of karma, Yin Wu was soon led to the terrace on the 5th floor. As he entered the terrace, a wide prospect of outer district burst upon his view. Because the sun was setting in the west, the entire city was lit up with various lamps and lights, giving off a spectacular night view. I must say, this is your lucky day, sir. As you can see, our terrace is known for having a splendid view. A lot of customers visit our cafe to have a glance at it. And this time around, we usually have a regular customer. Hazelnut coffee, without syrup. I hope the beans are not artificial. Yin Wu cut off the waiter's words and sat down on a chair to see the night view. The waiter quietly backed away without a hint of dislike. Yin Wu didn't budge from his seat until the coffee he ordered arrived. The coffee was quite delicious. He heard the coffee beans were native to the earth. Once they became popular in the tower, people here also started to produce them in farms. The coffee here was quite different from what he used to drink, but it still tasted good. Yin Wu enjoyed drinking coffee back when he was on Earth. Having a coffee break just before entering a battle, he could cool off the adrenaline from his head. Just like right now, he could finally relax a little from the tension he had kept until now. A cool evening breeze, an open night view, and a hot cup of coffee. Everything was good. You always knew the best places. This cafe was a place his brother used to visit very often. A place his brother used to visit when he had first formed Arthea and was so eager to climb the tower. A place full of memories of Jungwoo laughing, chatting and having fun with his teammates. Yin Wu sat still at the cafe watching the night view, trying to dwell on his brother's past inscribed in the diary. Imagining what kind of thought his brother would have had sitting on this chair. Picturing how his brother would have laughed while talking with his friends. The outer district was a place that ordinary players wouldn't find amusing. But to his brother, it was a place full of fond memories. Yin Wu was going to retrace the places his brother had been to during the time he had to stay here. During the month until Yigas, Eyes was complete. He brought the cup of coffee to his lips again. The hazelnut coffee tasted a little more bitter. The next morning, Yin Wu left the inn wearing the same mask and robe he wore the day before. His destination was a restaurant. When he arrived, the restaurant was already crowded with people who had come for breakfast just like himself. Is there any empty table? I'm sorry, but there's no empty table at present. You'll have to share one. Is that okay? After giving a nod, Yin Wu was guided to a giant table placed in the middle of the restaurant. The people who had already been seated at this table, as if they also had come alone just like Yi and Wu, were eating their meals on their own. Amongst the menu items written in an incomprehensible language, Yi and Wu ordered the dish that his brother had recommended in his diary. The dish looked similar to the kebab he once had in Turkey. About the taste. Oh, right, you had the worst taste buds in the world. I forgot about that. It was horrible. After finishing his meal, Yi and Wu went for a stroll following a forest trail on the outskirts. A place where a fresh brisk of wind blew. There were hardly any people on this path, so it was very quiet. Yi and Wu felt elated at the thought of finding a good place to rest. His mood, previously ruined from eating a terrible meal, seemed to be refreshed. Looking for a weapon, or any armor? We've got everything you'll ever need. As for this item I've got here. Unlike the quiet forest trail he was just in, Yi and Wu was now in a street filled with voices of vendors and customers. The street was crowded with a variety of people. Yi and Wu walked along the street for a long time. In the southwest corner of the outer district, there was a place similar to an aquarium on Earth. A place displaying a collection of aquatic organisms gathered from all over the world. But the reason why Yi and Wu was here was, to see the girls here. There were a lot of pretty girls around here. You were a man too. Grin. Yi and Wu let out a chuckle. Just like on Earth. The food sold by street vendors was sweet and delicious. Oh, you are the same person from yesterday. The terrace I used yesterday, is it empty? We don't have many customers around this time. But there's also an indescribable charm in the view you can get during daytime. Yi and Wu enjoyed his tea time sitting on the terrace just like he did last night. As if everything he had experienced upon entering this world was a lie. Everything was so peaceful. About 5 days after he entered the outer district, Yi and Wu visited Heneva's smithy again. Tang tang. What is it? Why are you here again? Heneva creased his brows as he put down the scorching piece of metal. As if he had been hammering for a while, his muscles looked rock solid for a man of his age. For the past 5 days, Yi and Wu had been constantly going in and out of the smithy, like it was his own house. I dropped by just to check if my order is going well. So, it seems like you've procured all the ingredients you need to make the artifact, is that right? Such a burr-faced attitude. His answer made Heneva's face was crumple. What did you just say? But of course, Yi and Wu continued speaking ever so plainly. It seems like you've started crafting the artifact just now. But I'll keep an eye on you, just in case. You son of a... Heneva started swearing at him, but Yi and Wu just sat down in an empty space and stared at Heneva. In the end, Heneva shook his head, realizing he wouldn't listen no matter what he said. There was something he had been feeling about him for the last few days. It was that this guy was a really hard nut to crack. He always came and went as he pleased. Even when Heneva shouted at him or even browbeat him, he only gave a few nods and never stopped what he was doing. No matter how much he lashed out at him, it just never worked. So Heneva decided to treat Yi and Wu like he didn't exist and went back to work. Tang tang. Yi and Wu silently observed Heneva's actions next to him. Soon, reptilian pupils split open inside his eyes. Using draconic eyes, Yi and Wu tried to capture all the details of Heneva's actions and analyze the meaning and purpose behind them. Unlike the rough impression he gave, Heneva was hammering the metalwork very meticulously. Smelting, slowly dissolving the metal inside a forge. Casting, pouring the molten metal into a dagger-shaped mold. Forging, hammering the metalwork until he got the desired shape. And finally the refining process. Heneva's touch on that single work of metal was so sincere. Yi and Wu felt like his eyes had become clear just by looking at it. An artisan, such a word came to his mind. He kept bragging about how he was one of the 5 master blacksmiths. And now he could understand why. He really deserved the title. This is how it was made. Everything you used to wield. Jung Wu was once known by the nickname of Heaven Wing. All the artifacts that gave him such nickname were born through the hands of Heneva. His smithing skills must of course have been great. And truly, it was marvelous. To the point where it made Yi and Wu's fingers itch even if he didn't have any knowledge about metallurgy. Every one of his actions was full of power and had a meaning behind it which normal people could not reach. This was what Yi and Wu was yearning to see. The food his brother ate. The cafe where he chatted with his friends. The house he stayed in. And even the trails he walked. Every single trace his brother left. Yi and Wu closed his eyes and compared the places he had seen in the diary with those he saw with his own eyes. Many things were similar, and yet many things were different. When he opened his eyes again. "Are you done sleeping, asshole?" There was Hinova's large head with his face full of wrinkles right in front of his eyes. Judging by his eyes, he was definitely annoyed. Someone's working their ass off in front of the fire, and the one who came here to watch me is peacefully taking a nap. So tell me, why the fuck did you come here? Didn't I tell you? I came here because I was bored. Once again, an apathetic answer. Vein popping. Yi and Wu could see a lot of blood vessels sticking out of Hinova's wrinkled forehead. "If you're so bored, then go sit over there and hammer something and stop getting on my nerves, you lazy ass." In the end, Hinova blew his top and started jumping on his feet in anger. It was a little funny to see him hopping on his short legs. "I will." With a dry answer, Yi and Wu went over to the place Hinova pointed at and sat down. He held the hammer and then looked back at Hinova and asked, "But how do I make a fire in the furnace? I can't start hammering without fire." "Why, you pathetic." Hinova began to stutter as if he couldn't contain his anger and soon collapsed while holding the back of his neck. That bastard's killing me. Do you have high blood pressure? Do you want me to bring you some medicine? If you want to help me, then just shut up." "Okay then, but really, how do I get the fire going?" "Aargh." Hinova screamed at the fact that they were not speaking the same language. Judging by his attitude, he didn't seem to mean any harm. But after having a few words with him, Hinova felt his stomach turning before he knew it. Hinova sat up and took a deep breath. He realized no good would come of it even if he kept lashing out at Yi and Wu. How did I get myself tangled up with this idiot? In that short period of time, he felt like he had gotten several years older. I can see why Jung-woo had followed him from the beginning. Below the mask, a little smile flickered on Yi and Wu's face. Chapter 62, The Tower 3. In the tutorial stage, while waiting for the reset timer, some visitors showed up. "This is one hell of a mess." A man in a blue robe spoke in an irritated tone as he looked down at the ruined buildings. The retinue following behind also stood with their face stiff. This was much more serious than what they had heard from the report. Not to mention any survivors, everything they had built up, collected and achieved while hiding it from the Isle had turned to dust overnight. Even the heart they had spent years making disappeared without a trace. In this situation, it was virtually impossible to conduct a proper investigation. "Build, you dumbass. I should have known when he acted so greedily. I mean, what the fuck did he do for it to end up like this? And here I was thinking Lord Leonte was only a step away from becoming the Wuxian, goddamn it." The retinue clenched their teeth, cussing at the now missing build. But at the same time, they had to be extremely cautious when doing so. Find it at all costs, even if it means digging up the ruins or searching the whole tutorial stage. "Roger, Roger." The attendants bowed down their heads and quickly dispersed. The man then looked back at the ruins with blazing eyes. Nash. At a crucial time like this. The man in the robe, his name was Leonte. One of the 5 leaders of Cheongwado, and once a member of Arthea. "So can you really teach me metallurgy?" Yi and Wu quietly opened his mouth after Hinova had recovered. Hinova's eyebrows wriggled once again. It's not a joke this time. I really want to learn the basics of metallurgy." Yi and Wu was speaking in a serious tone. Hinova gently put down the hammer he was holding after realizing Yi and Wu was sincere. Then he picked up a smoking pipe he had put at his feet and placed it in his mouth. Oh, right, he was a heavy smoker. When Yi and Wu stared calmly at Hinova. Hinova puffed a cloud of white smoke into the air. "What are you going to do with it?" "There's something I want to repair." "Repair? Repair what?" "I'm sorry, but I can't show you." Yi and Wu fiddled with the watch in his pocket. When it came back to his possession, the watch was already in bad shape. Yi and Wu wanted to open up the inside and, if possible, fix it to check if there was something else he missed, or if there was another clue hidden inside. No, apart from that, it was an item that holds precious memories of him and his brother. He wanted to restore it to its original state. However, being a magic artifact, it had various magical devices built inside that he didn't dare to touch. Hinova might be able to repair it. Not only he was good at metallurgy but also alchemy and magic engineering. But Yi and Wu didn't want to show the pocket watch to Hinova. He couldn't trust Hinova just yet. Considering he was the closest person to his brother, he'd figure out whose this watch was as soon as he saw it. Yi and Wu could tell Hinova was a good man, but that didn't mean he could be trusted yet. And above all, I want to fix it myself. This was the item his younger brother had left behind. He wanted to take care of it by himself. It may be useless stubbornness, but for Yi and Wu, it was a promise he made with himself. Okay then, who? Heneva puffed out smoke and nodded nonchalantly. An answer different than Yi and Wu had expected. I thought you would get angry at me. Why would I? Because I'm asking you to teach me skills without even giving a proper explanation. I know I'm being unreasonable. Sneer. Heneva raised the corner of his lips. It was as if he had found something interesting. So you do know you're being an asshole. Who? Don't say it if you don't want to. I don't care either. Players leaving their homeworld trying to climb up the tower, who wouldn't have a story? Just grab anyone passing by and tell them to talk about their lives. You could probably write a full book with it. Heneva finished his words with a laugh. An emotion flickered in his wrinkled eyes. Yi and Wu realized it was a remorse. I bet you're no different. Especially by wearing a mask like that, you're just advertising you have lots of secrets to hide. Chuckle. Talk. Heneva inhaled one last time from the pipe and put it back down on the floor. It was Heneva's first genuine laughter since meeting Yi and Wu. His eyes when looking at Yi and Wu now contained new emotions different from the previous of irritation and vigilance. Heneva picked up the hammer again. I don't have time to give you a proper lesson because of your order. I'll teach you the basics, and the rest, you'll have to watch and learn. Thank you. HMPH. You think I care about you? I'm doing this because I've got nothing else to do. Yi and Wu pretended he didn't see Hanova's slightly red ears. Cold as he appeared to be, Heneva was one shy dwarf. Contrary to his earlier, watch and learn, as soon as Yi and Wu held the hammer, Heneva started to nag at him. He kicked him in his foot when Yi and Wu didn't blow the bellows correctly, and he threatened him with the hammer he was holding when Yi and Wu lost his posture. Thanks to that, Yi and Wu hadn't much hammering done yet even after some hours. But in a way, it was surely the right course of action. Everything in the smithy was dangerous. Some of the items were hot, some were pointy, and some were both. Being around such hazardous things, one single mistake could lead to serious injuries. Even for a player who wouldn't bat an eye from most injuries like himself, he had to build a sturdy foundation in order to prevent accidents from happening. Even more so when considering all the appliances here were dwarven. That was why Heneva couldn't leave Yi and Wu alone. However, thanks to this, Yi and Wu was acquiring the basics at a rapid pace. Tang tang. Heneva was able to return to his work after Yi and Wu had started hammering with quite a balanced posture. Guess he's not stupid. Who? Heneva inhaled from his pipe to calm down his excited mind. But his two wrinkled eyes still fixed on Yi and Wu were drawing peculiar curves. The scorching piece of metal was drawn and folded repeatedly under Yi and Wu's constant hammering. Usually, the works of beginners were subject to a variety of mistakes such as failing to hammer with appropriate strength or metal being welded incorrectly. Yi and Wu, however, found the exact spots to hammer and hit the parts with just the right amount of power while adequately adjusting it. A process which in a way could be described as mechanical. In another way, however, they were motions that only a skilled blacksmith could do. It was just incredible how he could pull this off. Heneva had lived for more than 300 years with only a hammer in his hand. The last 100 years of which had been spent in the tower where people from various universes and dimensions gathered. So as a matter of course, he had met all kinds of people with different levels of skill. Ranging from master blacksmiths to complete amateurs. There had been ones who had a great sense but lacked the basics. He also had a trainee who had confidently come to him in order to learn his skill but ended up turning back in frustration from the required hard work and laboriousness. However, out of all those people, none of them came close to learning as fast as this kid. He seemed to have literally zero knowledge about smithing at first. But he gradually changed whenever Heneva pointed out at his mistakes, and now he looked like any ordinary blacksmith. It was his first time seeing anyone learning this quickly. Or, was it the second time? Hey, Pops, can you teach me how to use this hammer? I've always wanted to learn how to make weapons and armor. Please teach me, please. A wistful memory with the voice of a person that did not belong to this world anymore. But oddly enough, the image of the kid hammering fiercely in front of the furnace seemed to overlap with the one currently in front of him. Sneer. Heneva shook his head. I'm getting old, thinking about such nonsense. After shaking away his old memories, Heneva threw his pipe at Yi and Wu, who had made a mistake just in time. You idiot, I told you that's not the right angle. Once again, Heneva began to nag at Yi and Wu. On a serene night street, Yi and Wu was on his way back to the inn along the path illuminated by the moon. It's been about half a month since I arrived here. The path that used to be so foreign to him, the one he had only seen in the diary, had already become a part of Yi and Wu's routine. He is a fun dwarf. The inn, the cafe, and Heneva's smithy. Yi and Wu had only been to those 3 places in the past few days. He was learning metallurgy not just to fix the pocket watch, but also to get used to the life his brother had in the past. Everything was interesting and enjoyable, especially the time he spent with Heneva. Heneva was a very simple-minded dwarf. Whenever Yi and Wu pulled off any stupid trick, he would always fall for it. But at the same time, he was so soft-hearted that he would frequently check on him to see if he encountered any problem when practicing his smithing skills. It even made Yi and Wu feel a little guilty for making fun of him. Yi and Wu was beginning to understand why his brother had called him father. Because he also felt the warmth during his time spent with Heneva. I thought you had lost everything, but I'm happy to know you still had someone left by your side. Yi and Wu learned to never fully trust in anyone. Even if he believed someone, he always kept a shadow of doubt in the corner of his mind. But even with his cold eyes, he could see that Heneva would never be able to stab a dagger into someone's back. At the very least, he couldn't have betrayed his brother. And that was the exact reason as to why Yi and Wu had decided to not reveal his identity. He didn't want to drag Heneva into his revenge. It was enough to know who the man named Heneva was. And then, Yi and Wu was relieved. Because his brother's life in the tower didn't end in vain. As soon as Yigas' eyes is complete, I will completely disappear from the smithy. He had almost finished learning the basics of metallurgy. He had also memorized some of the forging processes by looking over Heneva's shoulder. So even if he had to practice the rest somewhere else, it should be fine. Whistle. A chilly night breeze blew on the street. Yi and Wu looked up at the moon hanging in the night sky as he ran his hand through his hair. Just like he had hoped, he was now inside the tower. He had achieved several things he planned to do once he entered the tower. He had had a peek at Jung Woo's past life in here, and had also met the person whom his brother had a close relationship with. Now, he had only one goal left. Climb up the tower and face the enemy. Of course, that would require a long time preparation. No matter how strong Yi and Wu had been in the tutorial, his enemies were still far ahead in the distance. High rankers. The enemies he had to slay. They only stayed up on the higher floors because the outer district or lower levels of the tower, where all the dregs lived, were just too shabby and lowly to set their feet in. It was most likely that they hadn't heard of Yi and Wu's rumors. So Yi and Wu had to get stronger as quickly as possible. He thought he should at least stand shoulder to shoulder with them in order to be able to hold them to account for his brother's death. But he still had a long way to go until he could reach that point. That's why I need Yigas' eyes. The artifact which Heneva should be crafting by now came back to his mind. But of course, just having Yigas' eyes wasn't enough. Above all, his own skills were the most important part. In the tutorial, I was lucky enough to gain more things than I had expected. I need to focus on mastering them and making them my own. Yi and Wu was already practicing using his skills and items he earned in the tutorial during his spare time, just like right now. But while he was on his way and checking on his skills. What is this? 5 men appeared around the corner, standing in his way. Yi and Wu frowned as he watched the 5 men circling around him. He wondered if they were the same people he lost when he first entered the outer district, but. White mask, red leather armor, it's him, the stupid idiot who ignored our warnings and keeps going to Heneva's smithy. The one in front of Yi and Wu spoke in an annoyed tone. Chapter 63. The Tower 5. You look like you're new to the tower. What made you think you'd get away with ignoring our warnings? At first, Yi and Wu had a puzzled frown on his face, having no clue who they were. But when he realized who they were, he burst out laughing out of the absurdity of the situation. These must be them, the clan that has been bothering Heneva. He himself had been wondering why nobody had shown up. Other shopkeepers had even come to him and asked him if he was okay. Yi and Wu was also well aware of the reason why none of the people in the tower came Heneva's smithy, one of the 5 master blacksmiths. It was because of the oppression from the 8 clans. Of course, the 8 clans didn't care about business outside of the higher floors. But there were other clans under the protection of the 8 clans, and they had to act, tactfully, in order to not fall out of favor. And it seemed like they chose to ruin Heneva's business in order to show their tactful behavior. This was most likely also about ruining his business, not about Yi and Wu himself. Because the ones in front of Yi and Wu were certainly too weak to have come for him. Are you laughing, you crazy bastard? However, they didn't recognize who Yi and Wu was. Or more precisely speaking, they didn't recognize how skilled Yi and Wu was, which was another indication that they weren't from the 8 clans. Yi and Wu didn't want to deal with such a trifling matter. It would be just a waste of his time. I don't need more hassle, so buzz off. But Yi and Wu's attitude only succeeded in provoking them. You son of a bit. One warning was enough. Swish. Just when one of them was about to cuss at him, he had to flinch backwards as he noticed Yi and Wu had disappeared right in front of his eyes. And even before he could turn his gaze to find Yi and Wu was already stabbing his thigh with his magic bayonet. Puck, quack, one of the 5 men fell down on the floor with blood gushing out from this leg. You little fucker, kill him. The remaining 4 jumped at him all at once as they screamed in anger. Yi and Wu, however, quickly fixed his grasp on the bayonet and twisted his body. One by one, he severed one's ankle ligament, sliced one's thigh, and stabbed one's stomach and another one's chest. Kukek, gurgle asterisk, blood sprayed onto the ground. All 4 of them collapsed on the floor with blood frothing in their mouths. Yi and Wu tried to avoid resorting to violence unless he was forced to. But once he got into a fight, he would completely crush his enemies so that they couldn't think of retaliating later on. It was a habit that he had firmly established during his missions. The 5 men rammed their heads into the pool of blood without being able to launch any attack. Crazy bastard kook. Yi and Wu stuck his bayonet into the chest of a player who was still looking for a chance to strike back. He fell on his back with his mouth foaming. Yi and Wu wiped off the blood from the magic bayonet with the clothes the fallen man and put it back next to his waist. Go look for a healer or a priest now, you might be able to save your lives. Well, only if you can. Yi and Wu threw those words to one of the players lying half dead, then turned around to walk away. But at that moment, a man clutching his abdomen with his hand made a wry face and screamed at him. You, how dare you touch us? You think you can get away with what you just did? Do you know who's behind us? You little rat, you're gonna end up just like that old man once they F. A spark shot out from Yi and Wu's eyes. Swish puck. Kuik. Before the man could finish his words, Yi and Wu ran up to him and stuck his bayonet into his chest in a flash. The bayonet penetrated deep into his chest, and the tip of the blade hung right near the heart as the impact had crushed all of his ribs. If he pushed a little deeper, the blade would definitely stab his heart. The man gasped for air. He couldn't say anything for a while due to the immense pain. Now he knew, there was something scarier than even death itself. The white mask came right before his face with its 2 eye holes blazing like a pair of will-o'-the-wisps. Say that again. What, Heneva? The man tried to pretend he wasn't panicking, even though his whole body was trembling in fear. Then, a thought occurred to him that he might be able to live if he threatened him with Heneva. Hey, if you just let us go, that old man can live. Yi and Wu pushed the bayonet in and completely crushed his heart as if he was no longer worth listening to. What did you do to Heneva? Another man looked at Yi and Wu while shivering. I can't say. Yi and Wu quickly sliced the neck of the one who was reluctant to answer. At that moment, the rest of the men realized. The moment they hesitated to answer, their head would fall. Let me ask you again. What did you do? We didn't Kirk. The man was beheaded as he tried to lie his way out. Because of draconic eyes, it was easy to tell if they were lying or not. There were 2 of them left now. One mouth is enough. Whoever spoke first, would get to live. That's. Our boss said our clan would lose prestige if we left Heneva like this, so he sent another group to destroy Heneva's smithy. Splash. Yi and Wu quickly got rid of the one who didn't answer. The last remaining man drenched in his teammates' blood trembled in fear. But regardless of his current state, Yi and Wu said coldly. Lead the way. Yi and Wu frowned after seeing what happened to Heneva's smithy. The whole shop was already half destroyed. The door was smashed to pieces, and the weapons and the armor pieces that were once displayed on the racks were all shattered, scattered on the floor. There were also quite a few artifacts that were missing. People from nearby shops were only watching from afar as they were afraid of being targeted by the clan. Inside the shop, there was only Heneva sitting on the floor, looking devastated by the sudden disaster. He was all covered in dust as if he had tried to resist the men who had destroyed the smithy. Yi and Wu saw footprints and bruises all over his body. Even though Heneva was good at smithing, he was not as good at fighting. which was the reason why he couldn't climb up the tower despite being close to Arthea. Heneva, oh it's you, kid. Heneva was staring into the air with vacant eyes until Yianwu called him. With an air of indifference. I'm sorry, everything you left behind, everything I was making for you, they stole all of it. I'll try to make amends. What about your body, are you alright? But when Yianwu approached Heneva, he first checked if Heneva had any serious injuries. Heneva's eyes fluttered. It doesn't seem like you have any severe injury. That's a relief. But in case you have any internal damage, let's get you to a doctor or a healer nearby. Do you have anyone you know of? But, you can leave the rest to me. I'll stay here and get things sorted. So don't worry about this place and please go take care of yourself. Heneva couldn't continue speaking. Yiga's eyes, the artifact ordered by Yianwu, was one of the best artifacts one could make in the whole tower. And Heneva was halfway done completing the order. But it ended up getting it stolen by other players, and him losing all the necessary materials. However, Yianwu made no mention of it at all, especially after he had lost extremely rare materials such as the venom gland of Akasha's snake. Instead, he was concerned about Heneva's well-being. Yianwu gave a smile to reassure him that everything would be alright. Then he turned to the door and spoke to the neighbor shopkeeper that was lurking outside the smithy. I need you to take Heneva to a doctor. But. He looked afraid of being targeted by the clans. Yianwu's eyes sank coldly. Looks like you are not worried about me causing you trouble. Oh, okay. The shopkeeper turned pale and hurried into the smithy and gave Heneva a piggyback. Heneva looked at Yianwu with an uneasy look. What are you gonna do? I'll go get the lost items. It won't take long. Heneva realized what Yianwu was trying to do and tried to dissuade him, saying it would be dangerous. The ones who did this to Heneva had committed thievery several times before, not just in his smithy, but in several other places. However, none of the shopkeepers were able to express any complaints because of their considerable influence over the outer district. Night Watch. They belonged to one of the most powerful clans that ruled over the underworld of the outer district. There was also a rumor that they had, Red Dragon, one of the 8 clans, watching their back. So no one could even think of stopping Night Watch's wrongdoings. And that was why Heneva didn't ask the nearby shopkeepers for help either. Even if they helped him in good faith, they would get bad faith in return. In addition, Heneva considered it as a sin that he had to atone for. The sin of being a bystander when his friend was in peril. It was the punishment he had laid upon himself. So Heneva wanted to stop Yianwu before he was hurt. But the moment he looked into Yianwu's eyes, he was left speechless. A strong look of determination. That look reminded him of someone he used to know. The owner of those eyes in his head was a playful and humorous young boy, and the one in front of him right now had the exact opposite personality. But for some reason, he couldn't shake the idea that they were the same person. Leaving Heneva behind, Yianwu kicked off the ground. Heneva blankly watched Yianwu disappear into the distance. Name: Willet. Yianwu was planning to have the captured player reveal the location of their base. The clans of the underworld usually kept their location secret in order to protect themselves from hostile forces. So if he disclosed the location, he would be branded as a traitor and might have to run away from his own clan for the rest of his life. But a nearby fist was scarier than a far-off sword. Willet, in his desire to survive the current predicament, revealed the location right away, and even led him all the way to their base. When they arrived, they stopped in front of a 2-story inn named, Where Wind Dwells. If this is the wrong place, you're dead. I know. Willet took a big gulp. Even on their way here, he had reconsidered several times. Shouldn't I take him somewhere else? But if I do, he'll definitely kill me, right? But if I led him to our base, the clan master will kill me. But whenever he did, the memory of his teammates being defeated so easily came back to him, making him hesitant. He at least didn't want to die like that. Furthermore, those eyes, what the fuck are they? 2 eyes shining beneath a white mask. They were as dark as dusk and as deep as the abyss. They provoked absolute fear in him just by looking into them. Eventually, Willet couldn't help but to lead him to their secret base. This is it. Yianwu silently directed his gaze towards the building Willet pointed at. Judging by its appearance, it was nothing but a dilapidated inn where only poor players would stay. However, this is the right place. I can sense some things here and there. When he scanned the inn, he could feel several devices like traps installed all over the inn, not to mention players hiding inside hidden compartments. Let's get in. But, oh, okay. Willett didn't wanted to go inside, but seeing Yi and Woo's 2 eyes, he eventually closed his eyes and opened the door. He looked like a cow being dragged into a slaughterhouse. Willett, why are you? Inside, the inn was very dark and full of tobacco smoke. When Willett walked in, the man behind the counter tilted his head. But soon, he was startled when Yi and Woo leapt out from behind Willett. Who quack? Yi and Woo snatched the man's arm and snapped it with a twist. Only then did they realize their target had broken into their base. Damn it, Willett, you filthy traitor, how dare you betray us? Custodial staff cleaning the inn, customers eating in the dining area, and even the guests sleeping in their room. All of them came out to fight the intruder. I was forced to do it. Willett made excuses in trembling voice, but no one listened to his words. Pat, Yi and Woo threw the man he held in his grasp towards the wall and kicked off the ground. I need to knock them all out as soon as possible. Through his keen senses, their attack patterns were being drawn inside his head. Kwang, Yi and Woo didn't draw out much mana for this fight, but it would be enough to subdue the players. For the one aiming for his side with a dagger, Yi and Woo pulled his arm, twisting it outwards. And for the one aiming for his legs, he kicked up his chin, smashing his jawbone. Holy shit, how's he doing all that? He's just one person, attack him all at once. The clan members kept pouring out almost endlessly, making him wonder could so many of them have been hiding in such a confined space. But regardless of their numbers, Yi and Woo swiftly knocked them out one by one. He kicked away their weapons, smashed their armor, sliced their flesh and broke their bones. On his path, there were several bodies of players lying down wounded. Ah, my arm, this is mad, arg. Yi and Woo twisted the shoulder of the man he grabbed and kicked him into his stomach. Kwang, Chapter 64, The Tower 5, the kicked player flew far off like a kite with its string cut. He tumbled on the floor, smashing a table and a couple of chairs. His groan echoed along the entire inn. Idiots, we're dealing with one goddamn player who's even freshly out of the tutorial. All the way across the hallway, there was a man shouting at the rest of the players. Yi and Woo flung himself towards him. What the fuck? Stop him. The player flinched as his face turned pale. The others stood in front of him, as if protecting their leader. Puck. However, Yi and Woo easily knocked down the players blocking his path, quickly approached the player and tightly clutched his neck. Kook. Before he could say anything. Crunch. Yi and Woo put strength into his grip, instantly breaking his neck. His head helplessly fell forward with his tongue rolling out from his mouth. No, not Psy. How the hell? Yi and Woo crudely threw away the corpse and concentrated on the faint sound he had been hearing. Where is it? Up or down? Soon after, Yi and Woo was able to hear something going, clink. It was the sound of traps. Thanks to the sound, Yi and Woo found an empty space lying beyond the traps. Inside, he felt a person's figure running hurriedly across the space. Was he trying to escape through a secret passage? That's not happening. Yi and Woo quickly made a rough estimation of the figure's position as he activated his mana circuit. With the mana wrapped around his calf, he stomped the ground. Kwang, the floor underneath his feet caved in as if a bomb had exploded. The impact further crushed the traps placed around the building, creating a massive chain explosions. Rumble, a series of shock waves shook the entire inn up and down. Fuck. Those who had yet to fight with Yi and Woo stood with their mouths agape at the unbelievable sight. The impact left a big hole in the floor, revealing a hidden room underneath his feet. Through the hole, Yi and Woo found a person in front of a large safe, frightened at the sudden turn of events. It seemed he was in the midst of opening the safe. A man with rotund belly. It was Deem, the clan master of the night watch. Yi and Woo lightly jumped down the floor and landed in front of him. Tremble. Deem stood in shocked silence with his mouth agape. He collapsed on the floor with his back leaning against the wall. Creak. At the same time, the safe's lock was unlocked and its door slowly opened. He could see various documents of bearer bonds and certificates, gold bars and other small jewels lying well organized in each compartment. Yi and Woo slowly approached Deem as he fixed his grip on his bayonet. Below the mask, Yi and Woo's eyes were smiling coldly. Deem stretched his hand into the safe while facing Yi and Woo. A sword was caught in between his fingertips. It was an artifact he had kept separately in his secret safe. Die. Deem quickly picked up the sword and rushed towards Yi and Woo. He drew out every single drop of his mana and started to cast all of his skills. But Yian-Wu simply swung his magic bayonet along the flaws of his sword, snapping it in half, and drew out Karshina's dagger, stabbing it into his throat. Puck, gurgle, bloody froth spewed out from his mouth, and his body soon collapsed on the floor. It was the fall of a clan master who had once dictated the underworld. Yian-Wu threw his body to the floor and looked up through the hole above him. There was a forlorn look in the faces of the players on the upper floor. "One of you, come down here. Here's the coffee you asked for." Yian-Wu let out a mild laugh as he watched the man bring a cup of coffee. His hand putting down the coffee cup was trembling slightly. "Did you poison it? How would I even think of such a vile trick?" His face turned pale as he replied. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, but he knew that if he did, it would be him who would be lying as a corpse instead of the masked man. Just where the hell did this monster come from? The second advisor of Night Watch, who now turned into the first advisor, Bister, felt like he was going to go crazy. Previously, there had been rookies who blindly approached Heneva when they heard of him and his title of one of the 5 master blacksmiths. Usually for such players, they just had to threaten them a little for them to turn tails. He had presumed this time would also be the case. The only difference was that this time, the artifacts they had taken from Heneva's smithy were very good. No, they weren't just very good. They were abnormally outstanding. The Beast Lord's lion mane helm and a half-complete Yeegus eyes. The moment Demon Bister saw those, their eyes rolled back from greed. They were items with ratings that they had never seen in their whole lives inside the tower. At the same time, they began to worry about the aftermath of taking such valuable items. Because the player with such artifacts be no common player. So they did an investigation regarding who the owner of those artifacts could be. Shouldn't have listened to Deem. And as a result of their investigation, they were able to find out an interesting fact. The fact that the mysterious player who made a new record in the tutorial had received the Beast Lord's lion mane helm as a reward. When they figured this out, Deem almost screamed from joy. No matter how good of a player he was, a novice was still a novice after all. Stealing artifacts from such a player was as easy as picking up items dropped on the floor. Not just that, but his whereabouts could also be sold as valuable information to many players who wondered where he was at a pretty high price. Who would have thought the hoarder was staying not in the tower but in the outer district? It was like what they say, you can't see what's right under your nose. But Bister, on the other hand, was reluctant to steal the items. Although he was a novice, being a player with such highly rated items, he most likely had someone watching over his back. Even if he didn't as of now, he would definitely in the future. But Deem simply ignored Bister's apprehension. And the price of such complacency was just too great. Our entire clan got destroyed. Damn it, Night Watch was not a small-sized clan. Normally, they wouldn't be defeated so easily. They had even spread the rumor that they were under the protection of one of the 8 clans, Red Dragon. Even underworld clans bigger than Night Watch couldn't touch them solely because of that reason. But Yian-Wu didn't care about that at all. Bister thought they might have to close their business for a while. No, maybe they were already done for. They had so many casualties from this one battle. Their base had also been destroyed in the process. It was evident that the yet unscathed would drop out from their clan overnight. The consequences of messing with the wrong person were miserable. Yian-Wu put down the coffee cup on the table and glanced at Bister with a cold look. The sudden sound made Bister flinch a little. Just by looking at him, Bister felt like he was being chained down. Let's talk about the compensation, shall we? See, compensation. Heneva's artifacts and the smithy you destroyed, the economic loss Heneva suffered due to the obstruction of his business, the treatment for both physical and psychological damage Heneva received. We have a lot to take from you, don't we? If you don't want to, I'll take what's on your neck. Bister instantly shook his head. He didn't dare to say that it was not just their clan, but also others, involved in this matter. First things first, I'll take what's in that safe. Bister's face ashened. It was the moment when the last remaining funds of the clan were stolen. You're going to have to fix the smithy with your own hands. Bring the ones that destroyed the smithy and hurt Heneva. I want them to fix the building. Also, I need you to keep your eyes on Heneva's smithy so none of the other clans can come bother him again. Bister squeezed his eyes shut and nodded. You can report it however you want to that clan watching over your back. Well, I don't know if they'll have time to look after your clan. Bister remained silent with his mouth shut tight. For some reason, Yi and Wu seemed to know some of the underlying mechanisms of the underworld society. As he mentioned, Red Dragon wouldn't pay attention to what happened outside the tower despite them belonging to Red Dragon. Even if Night Watch were to be disbanded, they would send players not to take revenge but only to investigate the cause. Bister's head fell down helplessly. All right, I'll leave the rest to you then. Yi and Wu got up from his seat, pushing his chair back. Bister's legs were trembling. Yi and Wu returned to the smithy with his backpack full of items. Should I have given them more orders? When he sat down in front of Bister, Yi and Wu, in fact, had a second plan in his mind. He once thought of killing everyone in Night Watch and a couple more underworld clans and hang their heads in front of Heneva's smithy. But the underworld was the underworld after all. Their vacancy would soon be filled with other new clans. New flies that would bug Heneva with different means. If so, it would be better to keep the original one and make them compliant. Even though Yi and Wu had left them with enormous damages, with their size, it was likely that they would regain their power very soon. And they'll be the shield that'll protect Heneva from the other clans, hindrance. And when Yi and Wu returned to Heneva's smithy organizing his thoughts. Yi and Wu could see Heneva roaming in front of his smithy with his face full of anxiety. Seeing his head wrapped in bandages, it seemed he had already returned after treating his wounds. But his eyes were still trembling worriedly. Yi and Wu felt himself swelling up inside. So he had to spend some time trying to put on a calm face and then made some noise once he was ready. When Heneva turned his head towards the source of the noise, the worried look on his face was suddenly replaced with delight. But after a moment, he quickly turned around clearing his throat, and turned back to his usual angry look. Heneva then creased his brows as much as he could and shouted at Yi and Wu in a loud voice. Where have you been wandering? But Heneva couldn't string the rest of the sentence because Yi and Wu suddenly let out a short chuckle as he put down his backpack. He started to take out items from the backpack one after another. The items not only included artifacts and materials Heneva originally had, but also consisted of those he brought from Night Watch's safe. Heneva turned his gaze at Yi and Wu in his backpack for some time. Various emotions swirled inside Heneva's eyes. Then he spoke after a deep sigh. You bastard, did you already get yourself into trouble? Yi and Wu nodded without saying any word. I knew you wouldn't listen to me. What about the clan? Did you take care of them? Yes. Okay then, that's all that matters. Pick them back up and come in. Heneva went inside, grumbling to the end. But Yi and Wu could feel the warmth from his voice. A small smile rested on Yi and Wu's lips. After picking the items back up, Yi and Wu followed Heneva into the smithy. News about the incident of Heneva's smithy spread quickly across the tower. Night Watch ran around everywhere trying to put the rumor to a stop. Because the fate of their clan was on the line. But as it was impossible to stop all the mouths of the players in the tower from babbling, the rumor spread from player to player, along with the whereabouts of the missing player known as the Hoarder. Because of this, several clans of the underworld started to move. They monitored his every move, made rough reports with the information gathered and started to sell them to clients at high prices. A number of giant clans began to work under the table in order to scout Yi and Wu. The rumor didn't only get to the ears of those clans, but it also reached those who had been searching for him for several weeks. What? Outer District? Why is he out there all of a sudden? Vansh stopped drinking his alcohol and frowned at the words he heard from the table next to him. The player, frightened by Fante's reaction, had to explain for a whole hour everything about the rumors he had heard. But nothing except one name entered Fante's ears. So, he's at the Outer District. Just outside the tower. Fante's eyes shone with an intense glow. Adora, on the other hand. Heneva, she tilted her head at the sound of a somehow familiar name. Chapter 65, The Tower, 6. The next morning, when Yi and Wu arrived at Heneva's smithy, he saw people fixing the shop's door. They were people from Night Watch. When he entered through the new door, the whole smithy was furnished with brand new furniture and smithing tools. So, do you like it? Yi and Wu smiled and spoke to Heneva while his eyes were still fixed on the players from Night Watch running busily around the shop. Do I like what? Your shop. It looks much better than before, doesn't it? By the way, now's your chance to thank me. Heneva snorted at Yi and Wu's joke with his short arm crossed. HMPH. I know you did this to have me make Yigas, I faster. Why would I thank you when you did this for your own sake? Besides, you didn't do any work here. But unlike his harsh words, Heneva's nose and ear were slightly red. It seemed he was too bashful to pay someone compliments. There was a word that refers to someone like him. Yin Wu recalled a word he had heard back on Earth. Sunere. What did you say? Yin Wu calmly shook his head. But he couldn't stop his mouth from curling up. He thought it was a relief he was wearing a mask at a time like this. Heneva looked at Yin Wu again with a suspicious look on his face, but Yin Wu kept pretending as if nothing happened. The smile on Yin Wu's mouth didn't go away for a long time. It was a word that matched Heneva too well. And when the repairs were finished, Yin Wu and Heneva went back to their ordinary routine. Both of them picked up a hammer again, one to finish the artifact, and the other to practice metallurgy. Tang tang. Just by looking at the surface, everything that happened last night seemed like a lie. Draconic Eyes can now reveal more flaws. Draconic Eyes skill proficiency has increased 22.9%. From some point onwards, Yin Wu found himself completely fascinated with metallurgy. He cast Draconic Eyes and gazed at the scorching piece of metal. A thinly dotted line appeared along the edge of the metal freshly taken out its mold. The lines only visible to Yin Wu. Flaws. Draconic Eyes was able to peek through the true nature of things. This was done by re-establishing the information the caster originally had, calculating the most efficient route of achieving their goal and providing visible hints of the route. Those visible hints are the flaws. And thanks to that, Yin Wu was able to handle metal quite easily. Tang tang. The knowledge and techniques that Heneva imparted to Yin Wu were something worth over 1,000 pieces of gold to any other blacksmith, and he was aware of this fact. When Yin Wu watched the way Heneva handled the hammer, the bellow, and all the other tools, he could feel how much effort Heneva poured into making a single piece of work. Therefore, Yin Wu tried to capture every single motion Heneva made and memorize every single word Heneva said. And his practice based on such information helped Yin Wu step up his forging several levels. Others might have considered it as cheating. No wonder why the dragon race is known as the world's wisest race. Draconic Eyes, the eyes that seek the truth by observing all creation and acquiring all knowledge. It was merely a small part of Draconic Eyes' true power that Yin Wu had access to. But even that was enough to induce a very fast growth. And now, he was just a few steps away from completing the succession process. Yin Wu was curious as to what kind of abilities he would be able to wield once he developed a complete dragon body. Tong. Yin Wu hammered the metal piece he had folded several times for the last time. There was a distinct wavy pattern drawn on the surface of the metal. He then picked it up with a tong and submerged it into a container filled with cold water to finish the tempering process. TSS's. A big cloud of white steam shot out from the container when the metal touched the water. Despite the suffocating hot air, Yin Wu tried to keep his eyes on the fuming metal. Your understanding of metallurgy has increased. The attained knowledge will open up several more possibilities. Knowledge is a power that will broaden your horizons and enlarge the world around you. Learn and understand more knowledge and become a seeker of truth. The dragon's blessing will always be with you. Draconic Eyes skill proficiency has increased 25.1%. Knowledge increase has been confirmed. The vessel has become softer and more flexible. The halted succession process will resume. 93%, 94%. Current progress. 94.9%. Drop drop. Beads of sweat kept falling onto the floor. This is definitely something that cannot be taken easy. Yin Wu lightly massaged his shoulders. Learning metallurgy was not an easy task even with the help of Draconic Eyes. Having to sit in one place hammering the metal in front of a searing forge, he felt stiff and sore all over his body. But through this experience, Yin Wu realized the importance of mental training in parallel with physical training. Though very little, the halted process was able to progress. Thanks to that, he felt very relieved. So, balance is what I need for progress, isn't it? Damn, I thought I was so close to finishing it, but it's going to get complicated. Yin Wu was hit by a sudden wave of fatigue from the thought. But as soon as he felt tired, the magic circuit circulated mana through his body, melting away the fatigue. Yin Wu was able to feel his growth in person. If there was a barrier that was limiting him from further advancement, he felt like it had just retracted a little. Now, let's see. Yin Wu stared at the metal piece he had crafted. An unfinished good metal casting. Estimated classification. Two-handed weapon. Estimated rating. F. Estimated durability. 5 to 10. Description. A casting that has not yet been completed. It doesn't look bad for a first attempt. It turned out okay for a first try. Yin Wu licked his lips in anticipation. He then turned to Heneva to talk about his work. But when he looked at him, he was stunned for a few seconds. Heneva the dwarf. CP. Personality. Shy and bashful. It was a window regarding Heneva's information. What are you looking at? Keep your head down and get to work. Heneva shouted at him when he saw Yi and Wu standing in place staring at him. The warm look he had shown Yi and Wu for a very short time yesterday had turned back to his normal cold look today. Yi and Wu didn't care much because he was aware that his cold attitude was just an act to hide his shy inner character. I'm sorry. Yi and Wu shifted his gaze back to the metal piece. I can see people's information now. It was a feat he didn't expect to accomplish. He didn't know the possibilities that the system mentioned included access to other people's information. The ability to view people's information. I can take this as an advantage in combat. There was a big difference between knowing and not knowing the enemy when fighting them, even if it was just trifling information. Although he couldn't see much about Heneva, this was still going to be of great help later on. Because he had a great number of enemies he had to defeat. A very trivial and yet so influential change. Yi and Wu was beginning to understand the underlying mechanisms behind the draconic eyes. The more he learned and experienced, the better the draconic eyes would become. But what was that CP thing on the information window? He felt curiosity about the strange concept, but he quickly dismissed the inquiry with a firm shake. Instead, Yi and Wu quickly took out the pocket watch while Heneva was looking the other way, and examined with draconic eyes. However, information inaccessible. Yi and Wu clicked his tongue lightly. I guess it's not the time yet. Well, Rome wasn't built in a single day. It did not disappoint Yi and Wu. He would be able to access the information once he gained enough proficiency. Bearing that in mind, Yi and Wu picked up the hammer again. Tang! The sound rang clearer than usual. By the way, shy and bashful, yeah, that sounds just like him. Yi and Wu let out a chuckle as he recalled the words that the system used to describe Heneva. Yi and Wu continued his visits to Heneva and kept tormenting him. What are the standards for determining directions when welding the metal? What do I do when the heat exceeds the appropriate temperature? The bellows blowing force is weaker than I thought. Why did you do that for that part? Now that he knew more about forging, he had more questions he wanted to ask. So whenever he had any question, he immediately went to Heneva and asked him. And because of that, Heneva couldn't sit down and do his work properly when Yi and Wu was around. I'll tell you what, you'll learn when you go practice, idiot. I'm asking these in order to practice. I'm telling you to learn by yourself. Then teach me how to learn by myself. I'll go learn by myself when you do. Arg, you bastard. Heneva tried to ignore him in order to do his work, but he had to give up as Yi and Wu was so persistent in asking his questions. He even began to suspect that Yi and Wu was trying to get revenge for all his previous nagging. And after many quarrels, Yi and Wu made discernible progress. Heneva, can you take a look at this? How many times a day are you going to call me? Let me do some work too, god damn it. This is your order, and if I can't make it in time, it's your loss, not mine. I'm done making my sword. What? Heneva lashed out, thinking Yi and Wu had called him to bother him again. But after hearing what Yi and Wu had to say, his eyes became round with shock. You made a sword? Yes. Heneva gave a loud snort. It had been only a little over 10 days since Yi and Wu started to practice forging. Although his growth speed was something out of the ordinary, it was impossible for a beginner like him to create something within such a short amount of time. Ha, you've been getting on my nerves all this time, haven't you? Now it's my turn. Heneva was going to point out any slightest fault he could find to get back at him. But Yi and Wu secretly smiled, knowing what Heneva was thinking. Then he handed over his work to Heneva. Heneva received the object with a suspicious look. It was a weapon with the shape of a sword. Sword of a novice blacksmith. Classification: one-handed sword. Rating: E. Description: a sword that turned out much better than the initial expectation. The blade is a little dull for a sword but has a decent durability. The first word Heneva spat out after seeing his sword was, "What the hell? A curse word. This can't be." Heneva muttered to himself after realizing the sword Yi and Wu had forged was something that could not have come out of the hands of a novice blacksmith with only 10 days of experience. He knew that his skills were growing at a rapid pace, but this was beyond his imagination. How the hell did he do that? When Heneva noticed that Yi and Wu was looking at him, he cleared his throat belatedly. Well, it's decent for something you made for the first time, but I won't call this a sword, this is still trash. Would it kill you to say some nice words? Shush. It's up to me whether I praise you or not. Anyway, you still have to practice a lot. This is still far from good. Then I'm going to have to keep asking you. Now, stop bothering me. No, you little prick. But at that moment, Yi and Wu felt something fiercely flying in from outside the smithy. Before he could warn Heneva, Yi and Wu grabbed him and leapt to the side. Quang! Suddenly the wall exploded, and something broke inside. Someone with two huge fists, flaring eyes, and a horn to the side of his head. It was Fant. Is this where you ran off to, you cheater? Because of you I had to search every corner of the tower. Do you have any idea? But before he could finish his words, a fist came flying in from the middle of the dust cloud and puck, queek, Fant went flying across the room as he let out a weird scream. Chapter 66. The Tower 8. Fante's intrusion was the very last thing Yi and Wu expected. Thankfully, the shattered wall was soon repaired by the automatic restoration magic circle installed by Night Watch. However, Hanova's shattered mind was left unrepaired. Night Watch's misconduct and Fante's intrusion, both happening with a gap of less than a day in between. Heneva wondered what had he done to deserve this. Who? Heneva blankly puffed away at his pipe to control his temper. Several deep furrows were plowed above his eyebrows. Tang tang. But regardless of Heneva's agony, Yi and Wu kept on hammering in his place. It seemed like he had even more interest in metallurgy after his first successful work. However, the sound of hammering, which used to be so cordial to Heneva, couldn't feel more dissonant now. Are you going to leave him like that? Yi and Wu looked back for a moment. In the corner of the smithy, there was Fant with his gigantic body crouched down staring at Yi and Wu as he rubbed his bruised eye with an egg. When their eyes met, tang tang, Yi and Wu immediately turned away to continue hammering. Hey! Feeling disregarded, Fant sprang up and screamed out loud in a fit of anger. But Yi and Wu didn't give him a second glance. Tang tang. I was caught off guard just now. So that doesn't count. Tang tang. Let's go at it again. I'll crush you this time. Tang tang. Come step outside. Fight man to man. Warrior to warrior. Let's just get it over with. Tang tang. Bloody hell. Listen to me when I talk to you. Fant blew his top as Yi and Wu ignored every single word he said. For a moment, he agonized deeply whether to punch Yi and Wu in the face or not. But picking a fight with someone who didn't have the will to fight would tarnish his reputation as a proud warrior of the one-horned tribe. And he did not want that to happen. Of course, fighting someone innocent is a big disgrace. But it seems like destroying an innocent smithy isn't much of a disgrace. I'll have to ask the Martial King later. Heneva muttered in a low voice. Fant flinched at his words. Hearing Yi and Wu's voice from the inside, he had broken into this shabby-looking building without much thought. But never in his wildest dreams did he think this was the smithy of a blacksmith who had supplied weapons to his tribe several times before. The worst part was that he was an acquaintance of his father. So in efforts to get over his embarrassment, fight with me. Fant chose to ignore Heneva and keep glaring at Yi and Wu. The wrinkles in the middle of Heneva's forehead deepened. He debated with himself several times whether or not to bring out the halberd that had been left in the storage for the past 10 years. The only reason that kept that from happening was Adora. Please, have a drink of this and calm yourself. Adora gave a bright smile and handed a cup of warm quince tea to Heneva. As Heneva took the cup, his eyes lingered on the sword she carried with her. Your sword looks familiar. Adora smiled timidly. Do you remember? This is the sword you forged for me when I was very young. Oh, right, now I remember. You were that stubborn little girl of the Martial King. Have you grown this much already? Heneva chuckled as he remembered a girl with her cute round eyes pulling on his trousers asking him to make a sword for her. Come to think of it, there was also a boy who was such a troublemaker. Which he could easily connect to this young man. It seems like he hasn't changed much since the last time he saw him. By the way, are you going to stop him? Heneva pointed at Fant with his chin. He was still pestering Yi and Wu to fight with him. There's much I can do when he's like that. He's that kind of man. Adora said as if she was already too used to it. Heneva let out a deep groan. From that day on, in addition to Yi and Wu, 2 more people started to visit Heneva's smithy every day. Are you going to fight me today? Come on, be a man. Tang tang. Of course, Yonu ignored him. But Fant didn't give up. So he kept on nagging. A warrior must accept a challenge to a duel. When Yi and Wu was hammering. So fight me if you're a warrior. When he was having a meal. Let's fight. even when he went to the bathroom to do his business. Come on. However, Yi and Wu still acted as if he didn't hear him at all. Then from some point onward, stop acting like you don't hear me. I'm really gonna hit you in the face. His requests turned into threats. Please, I really want to fight you. Then the threats turned into please. I beg you. And in the end, he was close to tears. Any other person would have at least listened if someone asked something this badly. But Yi and Wu stubbornly kept on hammering without giving him a single glance. Tang tang, please. Eventually, Heneva's patience ran out and ended up bursting out. Just fight him and get it over with. Yeah, do as he said. Fant chimed in. Heneva glared at Fant. You, shut the hell up. Fant looked at Yi and Wu with his lips sealed. Heneva also stared at Yi and Wu. Adora, who had been quietly reading a book in a corner, raised her head and turned to Yi and Wu. All eyes were suddenly focused on him. In the end, Yi and Wu lowered his hammer and looked at Fant with annoyed eyes. Why'd I have to fight you? You can match your skills against mine as a warrior. The thing is, I don't care. You can call it a win. Didn't we talk about this already? But that doesn't work like that. What good does it to me if we fight? What kind of warrior talks about good or bad when fighting? I do. Yi and Wu's emphatic answer left Fant dumbfounded. Born and raised as a warrior, Fant couldn't understand anything about Yi and Wu. Or you can make a bet. Yi and Wu said with an impish smile. Forget about fighting if you don't want to bet. Then he turned his head back to the anvil. Loser serves winner as his hung. Fant shouted out urgently. Yi and Wu turned his head again with a sullen look. Would you even listen to a hung? Of course I would. Fant shouted boastingly as he pounded on his chest with his fist. Yi and Wu then released his grip on the hammer. All right, let's do it. After a minute or two, Puak, a very loud thud was heard from outside the smithy. Creak, Yi and Wu soon came back into the smithy shaking his head a few times. And Fant followed him with his shoulders drooping. On his face, he now had 2 bruises over his eyes that made him look like a panda. Heneva could already tell who had won the fight. Now that the fight was over, there should be nothing left to bother him while he worked. But as he picked up his hammer, a sudden thought made him tilt his head. Hold on, isn't he the son of the martial king? Heneva looked at Yi and Wu with slightly shocked eyes. Hasn't it been only a minute or so since they started fighting? Adora also looked at Yi and Wu with glittering eyes. They had a close match when they fought previously in the tutorial. But now, it didn't take Yi and Wu much time to subdue Fant. He's become even stronger. He had grown at an incredible pace. Yi and Wu sat down in front of the anvil and picked up his hammer despite all the gazes fixed on him. He'll finally be quiet now. Fant sat down beside Yi and Wu and watched him temper the metal without a word. He looked so pitiful, almost like a puppy sitting in the rain. But that was a natural reaction after what had happened. He had spent his whole life honing his skills as a warrior, but he ended up with both eyes covered in bruises. Fant sat there with a blank look for a long time, then he carefully opened his mouth. But Hyuing, why are you staying here in Outer District instead of going straight into the tower? Fant asked a question with eyes full of curiosity as he slightly blurred the word, hung, in the sentence. His skill level did not fit in a place like this. But for some reason, he had decided to postpone climbing the tower. Yi and Wu lowered his hammer again and looked back at Fant with an indifferent look. Yeah, Fant flinched at the sudden remark. Yo. Tien. Sentences with honorifics in Korean have to end in, yo. In this scene, Yi and Wu is pointing out how Fant isn't using honorifics properly. Yi and Wu went back to his hammering again. Tang tang. Fant continued his words in a hurry. I waited for you for so long in the tower. The whole time he was in the tower, he could hardly appease his anger no matter what he did. He wanted to battle with Yi and Wu so badly. So Fant and Adora stayed at the lower floors of the tower in order to meet Yi and Wu. Because going straight to the tower after the tutorial was what most players did. It was common sense. The clans trying to recruit Yi and Wu experienced the same thing. They tried to find Yi and Wu on the lower floors of the tower, but none of them could. And after about half a month of anxiously waiting for Yi and Wu to show up, Adora came up with an idea. That if he wasn't climbing the tower, he had to be in Outer District. Fant laughed at her idea, saying that it was impossible, but Adora persuaded him that there was no harm in checking. So they came out of the tower. And that was when they heard of it. About what happened between Yi and Wu and Night Watch. So here he was, But of course, the result was a total defeat. Fant had a strong sense of pride in his skills and ability. He believed that no one of his age could be a match for him, and that even if he were to climb the tower, he wouldn't be able to find any rival on the lower floors. Khan, the blood sword. Doyle, the foxy tail. Vyram, the Marquesian swordsman. There have been players who were said to be on par with him, but Fant himself had never considered them to be on his level. Such an expert as himself, however, was instantly knocked down by Yi and Wu. It was hard to understand why such a person was staying in the outer district. However, Fant, ah yes, Yi and Wu said in an irritated tone. Can you please be quiet? I can't concentrate if you keep blabbering like that. Yi and Wu sealed Fante's mouth tightly under his authority hung, and focused on hammering again. Tang, tang. Yi and Wu was aware that Fant was still looking at him with sunken eyes, but he simply ignored his gaze. But underneath his mask, there was a faint smile hanging on his lips. The reason I stay here. A smile with a lot of meaning in it. There are plenty. Chapter 67, The Tower 9. For the past month, Yi and Wu had been quite busy. During the time he was waiting for Heneva to complete Yiga's eyes, he traced back to where his brother had been, trying to live the life his brother had lived. Not only that, he also practiced metallurgy in order to repair his brother's pocket watch. And he had one more reason to stay in Outer District. To work out a strategy to speedrun through the lower floors. Jung Woo cleared the first 10 floors within 10 days. The reason why Arthea had drawn the players' attention from all over the tower. It was because they had passed through the so-called beginner zone floors 10 days after finishing the tutorial, which was equivalent to clearing 1 floor a day for 10 days. It was an unprecedented record which had become a turning point in the thousands of years of the tower's history. Thanks to this, Jung Woo and his team, Arthea, were able to prove themselves as one of the most influential clans in the tower. And the record they set left an indelible mark that has never been broken even after the dissolution of Arthea. But of course, what Yi and Wu wanted to gain through breaking this record was neither honor nor glory. Jung Woo was given Hades' key after setting that record. Hades' key, the second key to opening Olympus treasury. It was a hidden piece, given only to those who quickly passed through the beginner zone. Just like how Zeus' key was given only to the players who had topped the tutorial, the tower was once again demanding players to accomplish an excruciatingly difficult task. Only after getting Hades' key, I belatedly became aware of both the existence of Olympus treasury and the way to acquire Zeus' key. Then, I felt a bit regretful because if I had tried a little harder, I could have ranked first and gotten Zeus' key. Fortunately, I got a chance to enter Olympus treasury later on, but if I had been able to get in a little earlier. The only way to acquire Hades' key was to break the previous record, which meant he had to pass through those 10 floors in less than 10 days. Though it would be challenging, he didn't think it would be too difficult. All the skills and experiences he had gained during the tutorial would serve of great help. And above all, he would have Yiga's eye added to his power. All of a sudden, a faint smile crossed Yi and Wu's lips. Come to think of it, isn't this also a competition between me and Jung Woo? The burning desire to beat his brother started to gather rapidly in his mind. His pride as an older brother didn't allow him to lose against Jung Woo. Yi and Wu raised his head and looked out the window. Far away in the distance, there stood the tower with its head poking through the cloudy sky. Ha, those bastards. I haven't had a single peaceful day after that idiot started coming here. In the smithy, after Yi and Wu and the siblings had left, Heneva was grumbling as he furiously puffed at his pipe. His smithy had been a peaceful place for the past few years. But in a matter of a few days, too many things had happened all at once. And then, there were those 3 kids. No matter how many times he yelled at them to be quiet, they never listened. How did he end up tangled with those kids? This was all because of that kid with the white mask. Hold on a second, what's his name again? While trying to recall Yi and Wu's name, Heneva soon realized that he had been calling him kid, idiot, or bastard, but he had never called him by his name, or even asked him his name. Then he began to feel sorry for what he had done to him. At the same time, he felt thankful to Yi and Wu. No, look at how stressed I am because of that little rascal. As he mumbled to himself, Heneva walked over to the place where Yi and Wu always sat. In the place where the hammer had been making loud noises, the molten metal radiated intense heat, and the furnace spewed out scorching fire until just a few minutes ago. The images of Yi and Wu silently hammering a piece of metal Fant, noisy chattering next to him, and Adora quietly reading her book lingered there. He felt as though the images were going to come alive at any moment. Moreover, the images kept overlapping with another scene from his memory. Hey Pops, come take a look at this. Isn't this awesome? Wait a second, you used that skill, didn't you? You promised not to use any skill. Nope, I didn't use it, you don't even have proof. How can it come out like that without using your skill? You got proof, huh, you asshole. Hey, guys, can you please stop yelling? I'm reading here. Go somewhere else if you want to read. Tisk, this is why people call you dumb. The noisy, messy, hectic, and chaotic scene that he remembered. In the past, there were kids who had visited his smithy every so often like it was their hideout. Heneva tried shouting at them, kicking their butts, cursing at them and several other methods to kick them out of his smithy, but they didn't care for what he said. But it was a sight that was never going to happen ever again. A wisp of white smoke spew out accompanied by a deep sigh, rising up to fill up the ceiling of the smithy. I guess I did get old. Heneva shook his head with a bitter smile. HMPH. Those bastards. It was probably better to call it a day here. If he kept hammering like this, he could ruin the artifact. Let's see here it seems like I'm almost done with this artifact. Has it been a month already? Haha, time flies so fast. Time seemed to have passed faster than usual. The due date for when Heneva had promised to complete the artifact was already reaching the end. Well, even if I'm late, it's all his fault. With that thought in mind, Heneva was about to put out the fire of the furnace and stand up from his seat. Just then, creak, excuse me, the door suddenly opened. Sorry, but the shop's closed. Come back tomorrow if you. Heneva first spoke to the sudden visitor without looking, and when he turned his head, his face stiffened. Standing in front of the door, there was a man he had sworn to never see again. A man from his old memories. It's been a long time, master. The man gave a slight grin at Heneva. Under the night sky covered by a bright moon and twinkling stars, Yi and Wu once again went to the cafe his brother used to often visit and drank his hazelnut coffee at the terrace. Over the fence, laid a magnificent night view brimming with sparkles of colorful lights. It was such an exuberant view that one could never grow tired of, but right now, Yi and Wu's attention was engaged in something other than the view. The information cannot be accessed. Appraisal failed. The information cannot be accessed. Appraisal succeeded. Opening square bracket question mark single quote. S. Pocket watch. Question mark dot question mark dot. It worked. Yi and Wu nodded after examining his pocket watch with draconic eyes. It seemed like the attainment of metallurgy-related skills had finally allowed him to view its information. But of course, even if it was open, there was not much he could read. I still have a long way to go. But just as the idiom, well begun is half done, said, now that he had it open, the only thing remaining was to gain more knowledge and skills to enhance draconic eyes. The moment he was smiling at his achievement. What are you doing here alone? Yi and Wu heard a voice from behind. He quickly put his pocket watch back into his pocket. In the meantime, Fant and Adora came and sat next to Yi and Wu. As if he still wasn't used to using honorifics, Fante's end of the sentence was spoken unclearly. Adora smiled and spoke after a sip of her coffee. Kane, Oriboni, isn't like you, Fant, Oppa. He was probably mapping out the strategy to climb up the tower. Isn't that right? Tien, Oppa is a Korean term used by females when referring to males older than them. Oriboni is a more polite way of saying Oppa. She said with a broad smile. But unlike her smile. Quote. Yi and Wu was showing a puzzled face as if he had heard something wrong. Oriboni. And Fant looked disgusted at the sound of his sister's kittenish voice he had never heard in his life. But Adora kept her smile on her face and continued. If you are hung to my brother Fant, you are also Oriboni to me. Is there any other term you want me to call you? Fant blew his top at Adora's response. Not fair. Then call me Oriboni too. Why would I? Adora lightly snorted at Fant. It was a distinctly different attitude compared to the one she had when talking to Yi and Wu. Fant was struck dumb and stared at Adora in bewilderment, but Adora simply ignored his look. Yi and Wu also burst out laughing at their conversation. These two were players he had only come across by chance. Yi and Wu thought they would leave him after Fant had fought with him, but the two still remained in the outer district and followed him around. At first, he just ignored them. But as he spent more time with them, he started to find them cute, just like having little brother and sister. Especially whenever they start bickering, he also saw someone else in them. Yi and Woo and his brother. Khan and Doyle, siblings are just the same no matter where. And the moment Yi and Woo broke into a pleased smile. By the way, Hung. Yi and Woo came to his senses at Fantae's calling. He had a strange look on his face. I've been feeling this since this morning. He then glanced down the terrace. His eyes turned ferocious just like the ones he showed when they first met in the tutorial. Why are you leaving these tails alone? They really tick me off. The tails that Fant was talking about. It was the players that were spying on Yi and Woo. They themselves might believe nobody had noticed them, but what they didn't know was that they were being watched from the moment they started following him. However, Yi and Woo didn't bother chasing them away. Rather, he roamed more freely around the street trying to let them know where he was. But Fant couldn't understand the meaning of Yi and Woo's actions. If he were in his shoes, he would have definitely taken measures. Yi and Woo also took a look down the building. Let them be. What? But, all right. Geez, you don't have to give me that look. Fant griped with a pout. Yi and Woo ignored him and lifted his coffee cup to his lips. He also found it quite annoying to be followed by those players. So he also tried to shake them off the first time he noticed their pursuit. But even if he got away for a moment, they soon kept up with him and started to follow him again, just like leeches. If so, it was better to just let them be. I don't want to cause any disturbance here either. Yi and Woo had no desire to shed blood in the place full of his brother's memories. At that moment, Yi and Woo noticed people starting to flock in front of the cafe building they were in. The players that had been spying on Yi and Woo also began to move busily, as if they had found something. What's going on? Fant, too, had noticed a presence coming up the stairs, and turned his gaze to the entrance of the terrace. At the door, there was a neatly dressed man with a smile. Fant, on the other hand, creased his brows. He was displeased at the sight of someone approaching them without authorization. That was why he deliberately spread rumors saying that the siblings of the One-Horned tribe had rented the cafe building for a while in an effort to prevent people from entering the cafe. But as if the man didn't care about the rumors at all, he walked past Fant and Adora and stood in front of Yi and Woo. Then, he asked in a polite manner. Excuse me sir, but are you the Kane? Yes, but who are you? Yi and Woo asked, and the man cracked a broad smile. Nice to see you, Kane. I'm Raham from the clan Red Zephyr. I'd like to invite you to our clan Red Zephyr. Chapter 68. The Tower 10. Look who's popular. Ooh ha ha. Yi and Woo looked at the table with a slightly irritated face. Fant burst out laughing at that sight, and Adora also smiled with her hand covering her mouth. It was because the table was now full of invitation letters from several clans for Yi and Woo. This meant that his performance had drawn the attention of clans all over the tower. Most of them were from small and unknown clans, but some of them were from quite large ones. So, Hung, what's your plan? Fant asked with a grin. What plan? Regarding those clans? Seems like everyone wants you. Even the 8 clans might come to you. But you're going to move by yourself, right? Just like many other places, the tower also followed the law of the jungle. Therefore, most clans were always looking for strong new recruits. If they could recruit someone strong, they would be able to ascend to greater heights, and in turn, assert greater dominance over the tower. As such, Fant was curious as to what choice Yi and Woo would make. As far as he knew, Yi and Woo had a strong sense of individuality. Although Yi and Woo seemed to have established a close relationship with Khan and Doyle in the tutorial, he heard that Yi and Woo didn't clear the sections as a member of their team. Which suggested that he had cleared the whole tutorial as a solo player. Thus, he wondered whether or not he would continue to walk the unconventional route of a solo player even after entering the tower. But Yi and Woo's answer was somewhat vague. For the time being. What do you mean, for the time being? You mean you're only planning to go solo for a while, and then look for a clan when your value increases? Think however you like. Yi and Woo waved his hand as if he no longer wanted to bother with his questions. Fant gave a puzzled look as he failed to guess Yi and Woo's plan. But of course, even though Yi and Woo just answered vaguely, he clearly had no intention of joining any particular team or clan. Even if I join a clan, it'll just get in my way. In the tutorial, Yi and Woo had become acquainted with quite a few people. Though he had become somewhat attached to some of them, he never got to fully trust them. because he was well aware of how his brother had fallen into the path of demise. He didn't want to leave anything that could backfire and become his weakness. So he tried to keep a certain distance from people he met, and Hinava and these siblings weren't the exception. Well, if I were to join a clan, there would be only one reason for it. Yi and Wu chuckled as he thought about the possibility of him joining a clan. But the laughter was full of murderous intent. It'd be to sneak into their safe house and stab a dagger into their hearts. But that would be a story for later, as he was still too weak. For the time being, I'll have to focus on building up my strength by gathering all the hidden pieces that Jungwoo left for me. It won't be too late to have my revenge after that. Even though he got rid of Leonte's right-hand man, Build, he was well aware that he had been lucky. So Yi and Wu wasn't going to face them head-on. For now, he had to suppress his vengeful thoughts and act as a normal player trying to reach the top. I will never belong in a team, a clan, or anything related to other players. Just stay low and hide myself. Yi and Wu's eyes glowed with determination. And when the time comes, I will rise up and cut their throats. Therefore, the first thing Yi and Wu had to do was to enter Olympus' treasury. Therein lies a very important artifact that he must acquire. Are you guys done drinking coffee? Then let's get up. Yup, okay, but the moment they got up from the table. This place hasn't changed much since the last time I was here. A man stepped into the terrace. He had a long red hair that looked like a flame blazing fervidly. And before they knew it, the surrounding noises had vanished. Even the tails that had been watching Yi and Wu from outside the cafe disappeared. The man looked around the terrace as if it were familiar to him, then turned his eyes to Yi and Wu with a warm smile. The moment their eyes met, Yi and Wu's face stiffened. Why is he here? Yi and Wu's head was filled with questions. You're the hoarder, right? The man spoke to Yi and Wu with a smile on his face. A very placid and benign-looking smile. But there was a powerful charisma in his smile that almost overwhelmed him. Most of the people who came to recruit Yi and Wu spoke with honorifics. But the man in front of him spoke in a manner that was almost as if he was looking down on him, and it also came across very naturally. It felt like the area surrounding the man was completely under his control. Yi and Wu knew people with this power very well. Rankers. He didn't expect to meet a player from the higher floors here. Furthermore, Yi and Wu knew who the man in front of him was. Bahal, the Flame Fist. A man known to usually have a gentle personality, but when it came to fighting he would become aggressive and bring everything down to ashes. He was one of the executives of Red Dragon, and also, an old member of Arthea. Not only that, he was once Hinava's disciple. But I thought he would never come back to the outer district after being expelled by Hinava. Why is he here? Is it because of what I did to Night Watch? I thought that what happened to the clans in the outer district didn't concern them. Was I wrong, or is it simply to recruit me just like other clans? Various ideas filled his mind. Still, he didn't forget one thing. Whatever the reason may be, I can't look surprised. Rankers were mostly people with superhuman abilities and endless combat experience. For them, reading an ordinary player's expression and guessing their thoughts based on that was as easy as flipping their palms. It was true that Bahal was one of the enemies Yi and Wu had to take revenge upon one day, but that day surely wasn't today. So Yi and Wu tried to hide any sign of agitation as much as possible, and answered with a silent nod. Bahal gave a slight smile at Yi and Wu's response. I've heard you have a blunt personality, and it looks like it's true. Well, that's not a bad thing. Bahal said with a gentle laugh. If you don't want to talk for long, I'll make it short then. I want you to join Red Dragon. Quote exclamation mark quote. It was such an unexpected remark. Yi and Wu's eyes became slightly bigger. I don't know if you're aware of this, but this is the first time we've ever made a recruitment offer to a novice. And you are that lucky novice. Bahal continued with a grin hanging on his lips. If you join our clan, we are willing to spare no effort to help you climb the tower. And believe me, the support we can provide, I'll just say it's beyond what you can ever imagine. So, what do you say? Yi and Wu closed his mouth tightly. Even as far as he knew, it was the first time that one of the 8 clans had offered a novice to join their ranks. Because no matter how good of a performance one showed in the tutorial, players would often die after entering in the tower. In addition, there had been numerous cases where players who had fallen behind at the beginning, suddenly rose to prominence at some point. Therefore, the 8 clans preferred to use those who were proven to be competent, rather than to unearth a prospect. The only exception was Cheongwado, who put some of their efforts into fostering players with potential. This was why Yi and Wu took it in his stride when he got offers from all those clans. However, there was still one thing that Yi and Wu could figure out from the offer Red Dragon made. They're in need of power even if it's as small as mine. Yi and Wu recalled how high a price he had managed to get for the ownership of Hargan's lair with the mysterious merchant in the tutorial. At that time, he presumed that the atmosphere between the 8 clans was already crackling with tension. There was no other explanation that he could think of. As for Red Dragon, their main goal must be not just recruiting a talented novice, but also to impede the other clans from acquiring players like him. Because of this, from now on, no other clan would approach to recruit Yi and Wu unless they wanted Red Dragon as their enemy. If so, Yi and Wu decided that he should answer well here. Bahal was a kind and well-mannered person on the outside, but he had a feral beast nestling inside him. He had to avoid actions that could raise any suspicion. I don't want to be tied up yet. Yi and Wu shrugged in order to act like a novice drowned in narcissism. Fortunately, Bahal fell for his acting and talked with a smirk. Right, I see, you just finished the tutorial. It's the time when you feel like you can do anything you want. But Bahal did not bother adding, but the tower is different from the tutorial, at the end. He believed that Yi and Wu would come to him begging to join their clan once he experienced hardships in the tower and realized the limits of solo playing. Take your time and consider our offer. Sure. Bahal patted Yi and Wu's shoulder a couple of times before walking towards the exit. With each touch, Yi and Wu felt great pressure. Oh, and... Bahal suddenly stopped as if he had something he forgot to say. Master seems to have grown fond of you. He's a soft-hearted old man, so please, take good care of him. Bahal said with a faint smile. Yi and Wu tilted his head pretending he didn't understand. Master. Oh, I should have said his name. I was talking about Heneva. Well then, take care. The relationship between Bahal and Heneva was not very well known even in the tower. It was more like a secret. On the contrary, it was a well-known fact that Heneva felt unfavorably about the 8 clans. Which was the reason why clans from Underworld including Nightwatch had bullied Heneva up until now. And after Bahal left the cafe, Puha, Fant let out a loud breath as if he had been holding it. He had a stern look on his face. Who the hell is he? He found himself unable to speak a word when Yi and Wu and Bahal were talking in front of him. It felt as if he were in a separate space. It was just like the pressure he felt when his father was talking with other experts. He couldn't believe he had just felt such pressure in a place no other than Outer District. And now, Yi and Wu looked like a monster in Fante's eyes. How could he talk so bluntly in face of such pressure? He's one of the rankers and I think he's the Flame Fist. Wait a second, you mean the Flame Fist? At Adora's remark, Fant jerked his head towards her in shock. To his knowledge, Flame Fist was one of the strongest members even among the 81 Oculus of Red Dragon. He couldn't believe a man such as him had taken interest in Yi and Wu. Especially, the clan Red Dragon that was known to be so aloof that they hardly had any interest in events that took place below the 50th floor. Even the One-Horn tribe could not take liberties with them. And just now, Yi and Wu got an offer from that clan. There was something profound in the way Fant looked at Yi and Wu now. But regardless of his look, Yi and Wu suddenly jumped up from his seat. I have to get going now. You can stay here if you want. Where are you going? Back to the smithy. I just remembered I left something there. Yi and Wu then threw himself to the exit of the terrace before Fant could even say he would go with him. If Bahal has visited Outer District, there's no way he wouldn't have dropped by Heneva's smithy. For what he knew, Heneva was a grumpy old man with a heart as brittle as a glass pane. He couldn't even guess what kind of an adverse effect Bahal's visit would have on Heneva. But when he reached the smithy, what are you doing here at this hour? Heneva was puffing away at his pipe sitting in front of the furnace. Thinking he would be weeping, Yi and Wu was rather startled to find him so calm. Like this, he couldn't even ask whether he was okay or not. Maybe I didn't have to worry that much. Yi and Wu tried to come up with an excuse. But Heneva suddenly jumped to his feet without even listening to him. Well, that doesn't matter. You came at the perfect timing. I started hammering to work off the stress I got just recently, and I happened to finish the artifact a little earlier than expected. Yi and Wu's eyes widened, which means, yup, your Yiga's eye is ready. Heneva brought out a huge box from the corner of the shop. Kung, the box made a loud noise when Heneva put it down on the floor. Open it, Heneva said as he arrogantly raised his chin as if he were telling him to be prepared for a surprise. Yi and Wu nodded and slowly removed the top of the box. And on the inside, there was not one, but two artifacts lying neatly next to each other. Chapter 69. 1. The first floor. Inside the iron box, there was a piece of neatly folded leather armor and a strange-looking black mask on top. Noticing something wrong, Yi and Wu examined the box to see if it contained any other artifact. But there was nothing else inside. I think you got the wrong box. I can't find Yiga's eyes in it, Yi and Wu said as he turned towards Heneva. From what he remembered, Yiga's eyes was an amulet. An amulet in the form of a pendant or a bracelet. But the only thing he could see inside the box was a leather armor and a mask. Those are yours, Heneva confidently replied with a curl on his lips. But these aren't amulet, just take a look first. Once you do, you will be so full of respect for me that you won't dare to grind my gears anymore. Yi and Wu cast draconic eyes with skepticism and examined the leather armor. Yiga's armor. Classification: chest guard, amulet. Rating: A-. Description: an amulet named after Yigas, a giant that has hundreds of eyes and thousands of limbs. Dwarven blacksmith Heneva used the tail feathers of a long-tailed jackdaw, a bird known to dwell in bladed bushes, and combined them with the amulet, creating an amulet in the form of a chest armor. It boasts a very light weight, and has excellent resilience and exceptional durability that can easily bounce off any normal sword. Reveals hidden eyes and arms when infused with mana. The eyes can see through attacks and curses that come after its owner, and its invisible arms can block those that may cause harm. Hundreds of eyes. Captures any external change by making the owner's senses keener. In times of crisis, it increases reaction speed by up to 20%. Thousands of arms. Reduces damage received from 5 types: physical, fire, ice, electric and holy. Also increases resistance against 3 types of status effects: curse, poison, arcane, and has a 15% chance to cancel or reflect the effects. Forestalling Gigantomachia. Converts a portion of the damage taken into health. If the owner's health falls below 15%, the owner can restore their health up to 50%. Usage limited once per day. Quote! Quote. Yi and Wu's eyes dilated with surprise after reading the description of the magic armor. Yiga's eyes was one of the most desired artifacts among many rankers because of its various defensive abilities. Abilities that can protect the owner from invisible threats, and reduces both physical and elemental damage. If in luck, it can even cancel or reflect the damage back to the opponent. But the best one among its various options was Forestalling Gigantomachia. Carrying an item that can refill your health back to half when you are low on health was just like carrying a spare life for himself. It could be used as an ace in the hole. Despite such extraordinary options, not many players had this artifact for 2 reasons. One is that it's difficult to gather all the necessary materials, and the other is that there are not many blacksmiths who are skilled enough to craft this artifact. However, Heneva didn't just make the artifact but also took a step further and enhanced its defense function by making it into a chest armor. The armor so sturdy and resilient that most physical impact would not even leave a scratch on it. Most of all, it was so light that he felt almost zero weight from lifting the armor with his hand. It was a custom artifact designed to perfectly fit someone like Yi and Wu who valued mobility in combat. Don't just stand and stare at it. Put it on. Heneva pointed at the armor with his chin with his pipe in his mouth. Yi and Wu then put on the magic armor. As he expected, the armor was very light. And it felt so comfortable, almost like a second skin. After stretching a few times, he slowly drew mana from his magic circuit. Yiga's eyes has another function not indicated in the description window. The reason why Yi and Wu needed Yiga's eyes, even to the point of wasting a whole month collecting materials. 1. The moment he infused mana into the armor. Whoosh! Solid lines drawn on the surface of the armor suddenly opened up. It revealed dozens of pupils, all in different colors, densely studded inside the seams. The pupils that rolled around randomly as if they were alive. There were some closing and opening as if blinking, and some looking side to side trying to find something. They never fail to gross me out no matter how many times I see it. Heneva frowned and shuddered in disgust. Indeed, an armor full of eyes that were moving on their own was an absolutely horrifying sight. But thanks to the eyes, Yi and Wu was experiencing a new realm of sensation that he had never felt before. As the armor and his magic circuit became connected, the vision of the eyes, the information they received, was being transmitted into his brain. Your senses can now scan objects in a 150% wider area and analyze them in detail. Yiga's eyes has begun to assimilate with your senses. It will now be considered as a part of your body. Synesthesia Gong Gong Wei has been unlocked. Sense strengthening, skill proficiency has increased. 37.2%. Yigas, eyes provides the owner with every slightest detail of the surroundings, thus capturing anything that could not be seen with bare eyes. And such information not only could be conveyed through visual senses, it could also be transmitted as smell, sometimes as sound. And this is what's called synesthesia, the hidden feature of Yigas, eyes. Body improvement has been confirmed. The halted succession process will resume. 98% 99%. Current progress. 99.1%. Even the succession process. Yian-Wu stared dumbfounded at the message for a while, but soon came back to his senses as he realized the reason behind it. There must be something more to this armor. The Yigas, eyes built inside this armor, it is better than the original one in every way. Perhaps it had a hidden effect that speeds up the owner's mana circulation. But whatever it was, Yian-Wu could tell that Heneva had worked very hard to produce this artifact. Heneva then exhaled a wisp of smoke with his face looking contented with Yian-Wu's reaction. I feel so much better now after seeing you with that look. I don't know if you've noticed, but that armor also has an effect that eases the flow of mana and increases mana recovery by 10%. The basis of all the options comes from mana. I knew it. His guess was only half correct. It not only sped up mana circulation, but it would help him fill it back up. This artifact had already surpassed the point where he could call it Yigas, eyes. Furthermore, Heneva's gifts did not end there. There's one more. Check out the mask. This time, Yian-Wu picked up the black mask. The mask was black with its surface glowing like obsidian and it had 3 red marks painted next to the eye holes. It reminded him of a devil's mask that appeared in ancient mythology. Heneva's magic mask Mo Zhuang Taimian. Classification, headpiece. Rating, A. Description, a mask which Heneva, a dwarven blacksmith, put his blood into crafting. It was made with a mixture of Gano iron Kun Dao Tai and Han iron Han Tai, which are both known to be found only in special environments, based on Beast Lord's lion mane helm. Recognition interference. The magic circle engraved on the mask interferes with the opponent's cognitive ability. It also helps the mask stick to the face, it will never fall off without the wearer's permission. Can restore itself when damaged. Attack enhancement. Increases attack power up to 30% in proportion to the number of monsters killed within the last 30 seconds, with each kill increasing attack by 1%. Also reduces the duration of crowd control skills on the user by 10%. Territory of Terror. Borrows the power of the Beast Lord, inflicting the surrounding enemies with the status effect, Fear, for 15 to 20 seconds. Also weakens the enemy's defense by 20%. This is a growth type artifact. The artifact can grow along with its owner, and its growth speed depends on the owner's familiarity and proficiency with this artifact. This is a unique artifact. No same artifact exists in the tower, and it will be bound to its owner. It cannot be transferred or traded between players. This is a set item with Heneva's magic bayonet. When equipped together, provides the wearer with bonus effects. Current bonus effect, 2 pieces, attack speed plus 8%. Heneva once again exhaled a puff of white smoke. I just thought whatever you had on your face looked uncomfortable and stuffy, and I had nothing to do in my spare time, so I made that. You won't get sweaty in that mask, and I bet it'll fit you well. Heneva spoke as if it was nothing, but Yian-Wu knew that it wasn't as simple as that. The lion mane helm was an artifact he gave Heneva as payment for Yigas, eyes. But Heneva actually tore it apart, made it something completely different, and gave it back to him. Yian-Wu asked as he fiddled with the magic mask. This is too much. My payment is far from enough. Heneva snorted as if he had said something absurd. Did you really think you could get your hands on the works of this great Heneva with what little things you had? Just take them for now. I'm selling them to you on credit. Pay me back later. Yian-Wu looked at Heneva. He was standing with his arms akimbo and his belly sticking out. But at the same time, the tips of his ears were slightly red, making Yian-Wu chuckle. Though Heneva spoke lightly, Yian-Wu didn't miss the heat still lingering inside the smithy. And through his draconic eyes, he had a glimpse at the image of Heneva working all night long in front of the scorching furnace to give Yian-Wu the best artifact he could make. He knew Heneva had been hiding something. But he never thought it was to give him a present like this. Yian-Wu's 2 eyes sank deeply. Or, maybe it was because of Bahal. It seemed like Bahal did pay a visit to Heneva. Heneva must have hammered all night long to forget about him. But even so, items like these could not have been made in a day. It could have sped it up a day or two, but he must have been preparing this artifact for a long time. All for Yi and Wu. And those facts made Yi and Wu feel a lump in his throat. Maybe, he just missed having people around. Heneva was just an old man with a loving heart, without a person to give his love to. That must have been when Yi and Wu came to him. He did not change. He was sure of that. What are you doing just standing with your mouth shut? Why, are you that deeply moved by the grace of Heneva? Heneva chuckled. But strangely, Yi and Wu's heart felt more bitter. He was thankful that his face wasn't showing because of the mask. I will put it to good use. Yi and Wu thanked with a bow. But the moment Yi and Wu turned away. Oh, by the way. Heneva caught Yi and Wu and cleared his throat. His nose was a little red as if he were ashamed. Ahem, I don't think I've ever asked your name. So, what is it? Yi and Wu's eyes grew slightly bigger, and went back to normal. He couldn't answer for a moment. Come on, what's your name? Tell me already. Below the mask, Yi and Wu said something silently over and over again. Kane. Then he spoke out loud after a long time of silence. It's Kane. Chapter 70. The First Floor 2. When Bahal walked out of the cafe, a group of players who had been blocking the streets gathered around him. Flame Beast. They were Red Dragon's combat unit, also known as Bahal's escort unit. Bahal looked at the deserted streets with his brows furrowed. Were you blocking the streets again? I told you to not do anything stupid. As you know, sir, there are a lot of players after you in the tower. There's no harm in being careful. Bahal shook his head at the leader's words. In fact, although they were called his escort unit, they were originally one of the special task forces fostered by the head of Red Dragon. The members of Flame Beast weren't following Bahal out of loyalty. They were merely ordered to follow his command. And that was the reason why they would follow him, but often disregarded his orders in detail. Especially with the unsettling atmosphere that was currently lingering all over the tower. The power of a clan was measured using their rankers as a standard, so they could not afford to lose a player such as him. Bahal tried to explain that such a thing could never happen in a place like Outer District, but they did not listen. Of course, the fact that they did not follow his orders did not make him feel bad. Thanks to them being beside him, he could move around more freely without having to worry about being ambushed. But sir, how come the hoarder didn't come with you? Well, he said he'll consider our offer. The leader frowned as if he was upset. He's pretty bold for a novice. It seemed like Yi and Wu's decision had irritated him, someone with a deeply rooted loyalty towards Red Dragon. Bahal chuckled and waved his hand. Don't take it so seriously. He's just a novice overflowing with pride, you know. You and me, we all went through that after passing the tutorial. But still, how rude of him. Simmer down, he'll regret turning down our offer as he climbs up the tower anyway. The leader nodded and did not speak any further. He also agreed that the tower wasn't a place that could be understood with just experiencing the tutorial. And our goal was to keep the other clans from approaching him in the first place. I mean, I came to see him in person, what kind of fool would dare to approach him now? Now he's only got our clan to rely on. By the way. Bahal gently waved his hand as he changed the subject. A sharp look appeared on his previously soft demeanor. How did the investigation go? Did you find anything? The leader answered with a nod. It turned out just as you expected, sir. Is that so? Ha, ha ha, Leonte, he hasn't changed a bit. He's a very consistent friend. In fact, the reason why Bahal had paid a visit to outside the tower wasn't simply to recruit Yi and Wu. That task could have been easily accomplished just by sending one of the Flame Beast members. Instead, he personally took on this task in order to hide his true motive. To search for Leonte's whereabouts. Not long ago, a strange piece of information came across Red Dragon's intelligence network. It was about Leonte, who they knew was aiming to become Chionwado's new Wushan, secretly plotting something in the tutorial floor. Red Dragon had already known that Chionwado was behind Orangdan, but they hadn't taken any measures regarding that matter. If they were to expose this secret alone, it wouldn't do much harm to Chionwado. To make it count, they had to find something more confidential and reveal it all at once. And now, they got a new piece of information stating that Orangdan was actually Leonte's private group. And that he was kidnapping players in the tutorial and crafting something using their lives as a material. Therefore, Red Dragon concluded that the issue required a closer investigation, delegating full authority and responsibility over said investigation to Bahal. He once was Leonte's teammate in Orangdan, so Bahal knew him better than anyone else in the clan. Thereon, Bahal began to track down Orangdan's and Leonte's traces along with his team, Flame Beast. Their fund flow, deployment of resources, and the personal data of the players dispatched to the tutorial. And not long after, they were able to come to a conclusion. They are trying to make a magic organ out of hundreds, maybe thousands of players. I thought that this kind of stories could only be found in myths or something. Never would I have imagined that someone would actually commit such an atrocity. Bahal had not yet figured out exactly what Leonte was making, but he could infer what kind of function it might serve. A mana organ, Moli Chi Guan, also known as a mana engine, Ji Guan. Every player in the world, in the tower, has mana inside their bodies. And the vessel containing this mana is called the mana organ. However, because the mana organ is part of the body, there's a certain limit to the amount of mana that the vessel can hold. Although it is said that the size of one's vessel can increase once the player reaches a superhuman level such as that of a ranker or a lord, only a tiny minority has ever reached that point. And even for them, lack of mana was still a problem. Many players sought ways to supply themselves with mana from outside sources. The very first products that had resulted from their hard work were the items known as potions. And once their experiment was proven successful, various kinds of items spread throughout the tower. Magic tools Mo Dao Ju items embedded with various options, and mana source Mo Li Yuan, a storage for surplus mana. Players had even created skills known as energy drain, to take away mana from other players. But as they say, avarice knows no bounds. Players still craved ways to gain even more mana, to the point where they tried to create things that could give them an infinite supply of mana. Bahal was sure that this was what Leonte had in mind. The purer the mana, the better it is at producing energy. The purest source of mana ever known in the history of the tower was a human soul, and the easiest way to extract it was to just squeeze it out of its fleshly body. In the past, there had been several attempts to make use of the mana extracted with this cruel method, but every single attempt had ended up in failure. Because mana extracted from human souls was easily corrupted with the cursed spirits of the dead. But being aware of such risks, Leonte had still tried to extract mana from the souls of living players. He must have figured out a way to make use of that mana. A way to process the mana. A way to keep it from being corrupted. Don't tell me you were making the stone. There was a legend passed down since ancient times among alchemists. That there's a substance that is able to contain mana as densely as the magic organ of the masters of mana, the dragon race. And they called it the stone, or the heart. Well, that's still impossible. If it weren't, it wouldn't have been revealed to the world. Though he knew such an item could not exist, he still had to obtain the procedure and the product. It'll be of great help to our clan, Red Dragon, and for me. Bahal licked his lips in anticipation. So, have you figured out Leonte's whereabouts? We've already found him in the tutorial, and he's currently moving in this direction. All right, then we shall move towards them. As I said, our goal is to secure both the item and Leonte. However, if you think you can't secure them both, you may kill Leonte. But you must bring the item by any means. Roger. Okay, let's go give them a warm welcome. Finally, Bahal and Flame Beast jumped into action. In order to hunt down Leonte. But little did they know that the item they had to procure wasn't in Leonte's hands. Heneva. What is it, kid? Yian Wu then thought that Heneva was still the same old Heneva. Though he now knew Yian Wu's name, albeit a fake one, he still didn't call him by his name. But the difference was that he was now looking at Yian Wu with a satisfied look. He must have been happy to see a player armed with weapons and armor of his creation for the first time in a long time. Yian Wu smiled for a second and continued with a calm voice. I don't know how long it will take before I can come back. Yian Wu noticed Heneva flinching for a split second, but he puffed out his stomach pretending nothing ever happened. Of course you would. After all, you're a player trying to climb up the tower. Why did you even bother telling me that? Yian Wu was going to say something, but soon gave up and shook his head. Nothing, just to let you know. Would Heneva have any idea that this was a farewell forever? It will do him no good if I get any closer to him. I can't have him getting involved in this revenge. He already knew why his brother had been so fond of him. He had to end it here. The path ahead of him was a very rough and quite perilous one. Not just he himself, but the people next to him were also destined to walk on a thorny path. Yi and Wu couldn't let that happen to Heneva. Just as he had said to Galliard. This is my war, he couldn't leave it in the hands of others. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Heneva brought his pipe to his mouth as he waved his hands without looking his way. But Yi and Wu now knew that this was his way of saying, take care. After bowing down one more time, Yi and Wu bent his steps towards the tower. Yi and Wu stood in front of the enormous iron gate. The tower, a mysterious place where the man who ascends to the top floor can become a god. Though he had felt it many times before, the tower was just too tall. It almost looked like a pillar supporting the sky from falling down. Just as he was about to open the gate, he heard someone rushing towards him from behind. Stoop. A giant hand popped out from behind and grabbed Yi and Wu's hand that was opening the iron gate. Huff huff. The owner of the hand panted heavily. A frame taller than Yi and Wu by a head. It was a Fant. His face was burning red as if he had run a long way. You didn't even listen when I begged you to go to the tower. What made you change your mind all of a sudden? And why didn't you tell us you were going in? You could have left us a message or something. Yi and Wu tilted his head as if he couldn't understand. Why would I? God damn it. Quote. Fant pounded on his chest with his big fists as if frustrated. Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes. I don't know what you think of me, but I don't have time to play house with you two. Playtime is over. I'm busy with my own business. Fant had a lot of things to say to Yi and Wu's cold-hearted words, but he couldn't open his mouth easily. The two blazing eyes gleaming under his now black mask. That intense aura reminded him of Yi and Wu's ferocious eyes he had faced back in the tutorial. The image of a strong but self-righteous man. It looked so similar to the eyes of his father, the martial king, before a war. What the hell are you going to do? While Fant stood speechless, Adora arrived. She grinned as she swept up her sweat-soaked hair. Then you can go first, Oriboni. Fant looked back at Adora in surprise. Yi and Wu also frowned at her remark because he couldn't tell what she was thinking. Then, her smile grew brighter as she spoke the next sentence. But we will follow behind you. It's up to us to go wherever we want, so you won't stop us from following after you, right Oriboni? Fant then burst into laughter thinking it was a great idea. Yi and Wu glared at the siblings for a few seconds, but soon shook his head. Do whatever you want, but if you lag behind, I'm not going to help you. Kuhaha, don't even worry, I'll probably be at the front destroying everything that stands in front of us. I've already been to the first floor, so if you have any questions, just ask me. Oh really? I remember someone who didn't even understand the rules and made a whole mess on that floor. Shut up, I'll do better the second time. Leaving the quarreling siblings behind. Creak. Yi and Wu pushed the iron gate. The entrance to the first floor of the tower slowly opened. Chapter 71. The first floor 3. You have entered Obelisk. You will soon be summoned to the first floor's waiting zone. The first floor's trial will begin once there are enough players. As Yi and Wu walked through the passage, the surrounding area began to change. And before he knew it, he found himself in what appeared to be a spacious meeting hall. The hall was entirely made out of white marble. There was a chandelier hanging down from the ceiling, illuminating the whole area with soft ambient light, and other pieces of furniture like fluffy couches conveniently placed at each corner. Two long corridors full of doors along their walls were lying at two opposite ends of the hall. So this is the waiting zone. There are lots of players that set up their bases and form villages on the 11th floor and above, where long-term missions begin. However, below the 11th floor, the missions only start once there are enough players, so there is a waiting zone on each of the floors. Though they are just places where players stay before the trials start, the waiting zone on the first floor is one of the most important places for players. Because it is the first and the last place where players can rest without any worries or danger. Not just that, the area is also full of conveniences of all sorts. Players can rest, meditate and even do some training if they want. Sometimes, the mysterious merchant appears and sells basic items in the waiting zone. The place that players must visit before carrying out the trials given by the tower, also called missions, by the system. The waiting area was already packed with players. There were some who were making friends with other players, and some who were making deals. Just inside the meeting hall, there were roughly 50 players gathered. They're here. Yup, there they are again. A sudden silence fell over the boisterous hall. All the players were looking in his direction with vicious looks in their eyes. Yi and Wu tilted his head slightly, wondering what was this about. These players were all strangers to Yi and Wu. He couldn't understand why every one of them was looking at him with such hateful eyes. But soon, he realized their gazes weren't focused on him. They are looking at these two. However, Fantanadora didn't care one bit about their glares. Let's see what we've got here. I think it was somewhere around here. Don't even think about drinking again. Don't you remember the mess you made last time? Hee, I'll just drink a glass or two. Is that okay? No. Fant rummaged through a shelf looking for leftover alcohol, and Adora tried to stop him but soon gave up and sat down in a corner and began reading her book. It was as if the two were isolated from this whole area full of players. Right, that's just how they are. Yi and Wu remembered that these two were originally the first and second ranks in the tutorial. The royal blood of the one-horned tribe. They were the chosen ones. They had learned various martial arts and trained both physically and mentally from an early age. To other normal players, it was as if there was an invisible wall between them. They couldn't even think of getting close to them. And while he was lost in thought, Yi and Wu noticed people looking at him with similar eyes. That's him, right? Yes. He's the hoarder. God damn it. It's a lost cause from the start. Maybe we could get a free ride. You think they're just gonna stand and watch us do that? The news of Yi and Wu's participation in the upcoming round seemed to have spread among players on the lower floors. Yi and Wu thought it was rather good for him. Because he wasn't going to make friends with them. In fact, he didn't want to make friends with anyone in the tower. Even Fantanadora's company wasn't in his plans. As he had told them outside, Yi and Wu was going to leave them behind if they got in his way. He had only one plan in his mind. Speed running. My goal is to clear the first 10 floors within 10 days, no, 9 days. That's easier said than done. That was the only way he could acquire Hades' key. In addition, there was another secret hidden inside the beginner's zone. I also have to find the keys hidden on each floor. One from the tutorial, one after clearing the beginner's zone. There were still 10 keys remaining to complete the key to the Olympus treasury. All of those 10 keys were hidden as hidden pieces on each of the floors of beginner's zone. Sometimes as a hidden quest, sometimes hidden somewhere unexpected. In other words, Yi and Wu had to go through a double whammy of clearing 10 trials in quick succession and looking for 10 hidden pieces at the same time. If I remember correctly, the key hidden on the first floor was Hera's key. After recalling the method to acquire Hera's key, Yi and Wu rubbed his eyes from the sudden headache. I feel tired already just by thinking of it. Yi and Wu cursed at the Guardians for designing hidden pieces with such an outrageous difficulty as he sat down and closed his eyes. Wang. As he sank in meditation, he focused on the movement of the mana flowing inside his mana circuit. Contrary to his earlier thoughts, he had never considered failure. Because he had all the stats and skills he had built up so far in various artifacts that would aid him in combat. And above all, he had Yiga's eyes. The mana circulated faster inside his body. Welcome, players. My name is Aaron, I am the guardian that will be guiding through the first floor's trial. Unlike Yavilk, the guardian of this floor was a tall, pale-skinned man with a pair of fangs sticking out from behind his red lips. He's a vampire. Yi and Wu wondered whether all guardians had appearances of different monsters. In his sharp tuxedo, just like Yavilki's, the vampire gracefully greeted the players. 4 days had already passed since Yi and Wu entered the tower, before the guardian showed up. Thankfully, each player was given a room to stay in during the time they had to spend waiting. Each room was securely protected so that no one could enter without the owner's permission. Yi and Wu, therefore, was able to focus entirely on checking his artifacts and meditating inside his room during those 4 days. The time record for acquiring Hades' key only started once the trial took place, so he didn't have to worry about it. In the meantime, the amount of players arriving at the first floor's waiting zone steadily increased, and now there were almost 100 players gathered in this place. But during those 4 days, there was something started to bother him. It was that the players were overly wary of Fantanadora. Even more than of Yi and Wu, who had made a name for himself in the tutorial. It even felt like the reason why they were wary of him was not because of his title of the Hoarder, but because of him being often seen next to Fantanadora. Come to think of it, Fant said that he and Adora had tried the first floor before. But why are they still on the first floor? Did something happen? He couldn't imagine the siblings failing the first floor's trial. If they did fail, things must have gotten really messy, or maybe they got into a fight with their own teammates. And judging by the atmosphere, the latter sounded more plausible. I'll have to ask them later. He couldn't let them ruin this round once again. While Yi and Wu was lost in thought, Guardian Aaron was giving a speech in front of the 100 players. He was talking about things players should be wary of, and gave a list of items players might find useful for climbing up the tower, and so on. But they were things that Yi and Wu had already read in the diary, so he didn't pay much attention. And when the speech was over, let's move on to the trial. Now, I'm sure some of you are already familiar with the rules I'm about to explain, but for the first-timers, I'll go over the rules in detail once again. Aaron put on a wide grin on his face. But, I won't repeat them even if you miss something, so please listen carefully. Clap. Aaron clapped his hands. Just then, the space surrounding Yi and Wu and the players began to warp, sending them to a different place. And when they arrived, whoosh, uck, hup. A sudden gust of wind threw the players off balance. But they managed to regain balance and stand on their feet. And when they came back to their senses and looked at the surroundings, they unconsciously started to spit out curses. Because they were standing on the edge of a cliff of a giant canyon. Right in the front, there was a huge gap beneath their feet, covered in dense mist, making it seem bottomless. One misstep meant certain death. And on the other side of the gap stood a cliff just like the one they were standing on. Between the two cliffs, there were only 3 rope bridges connecting both sides. The bridges were made of wooden boards and ropes, swaying dangerously in the wind. This is the stage for the trial. Yi and Wu's eyes glistened at the sight of the stage he had seen in the diary. At that moment, a huge message popped up in the sky. This is the double cliff stage of the first floor. The first floor's trial will now begin. Then, a pool of light emerged just beneath the message, and turned into 5 palm-sized blue crystals. The message continued. Description. There are 2 big cliffs lying across each other. On each cliff there's a team of 100 players, both with 5 crystals. Protect your team's crystals and steal or destroy the enemy team's crystals. The team that steals or destroys the most crystals within a set time will be the winner. When the message was over, the 5 crystals fell on Aaron's palm. Aaron smiled and began to explain in further detail. As explained in the message, the cliff on the other side has another team of 100 players just like your team over here. And they were given 5 red crystals. For convenience, I'll name your team, blue team, and the enemy team, red team. Aaron continued his speech as he looked around the players whose eyes were fixed on the crystals. You are allowed to use any means possible to protect your crystals. You can hide them somewhere else, or leave them to a single strong player. You'll have to think well of what strategy the red team might employ. Players frowned as they turned their gazes to the cliff on the other side. There were only 3 rope bridges connecting the 2 sides, wobbling from the blowing wind. If they wanted to cross to the other side, they had to fight on those bridges. Moreover, neither the wooden boards nor the ropes seemed strong enough to withstand much pressure. They would snap even from the smallest impact. The difficulty is insane for the first trial. Yi and Wu clicked his tongue. Though the tutorial was difficult too, it was still possible to clear it as a solo player. On the contrary, in the tower such possibility was closed off from the very beginning. Players were required to work in tandem with other 99 players who they most likely did not recognize. And to acquire Hera's key, Yi and Wu had to accomplish one more goal. To get hold of all 10 crystals of both colors. But the problem was that this goal was contradictory to part of the original goal for passing the trial. That players could steal or destroy the crystals. But the moment even one of the crystals was destroyed would mean he wouldn't be able to acquire Hera's key in that round. It was a bit annoying, but there was nothing he could do to change that. Negotiation. War. Yi and Wu didn't have time for such things. I will destroy anyone that stands in my way. Yi and Wu's eyes shone coldly. First things first, I'll have to take all the blue crystals. Yi and Wu's eyes were fixed on the 5 blue crystals on Aaron's hand. Aaron continued with a smile. Let's start distributing the crystals. Who would like to nominate themselves? Chapter 72. The First Floor 4. The players looked at each other for a moment. A team of 100 players. It seemed like a lot of people, but in reality, it wasn't. If someone were to come forward right now, he or she would have to play a leading role for the rest of this floor's trial. Most players had already become acquainted with each other during their stay in the waiting zone, and quite a few of them were in the same team during the previous round. Among them, there was already someone that had taken the leading role. I'll take them. A man in red leather armor stepped forward under everyone's attention. But when Aaron was about to hand over the crystals. Hold on. Vansh stood between the two of them. What is it? The man asked Fant with a slightly irritated face. I don't remember agreeing to this. The man felt a sudden surge of anger. Does it matter who takes them? We'll decide where to hide after I. Actually, it does. Because I'm going to take all 5 of them with me. The man's face crumpled like a sheet of paper. That's nonsense. You think it's better to hide them than to have me protect them? Or is there any among you who thinks they can protect the crystals better than me? Fant let out a furious laugh and cast a glance around him. The players flinched and turned their heads in order to avoid his eyes. Fant then looked back at the man. He raised one of his eyebrows as if he was saying there was no one denying his argument. But the man burst out in anger and argued back. Don't you even feel ashamed of yourself? It was because of you that our crystals were shattered last round. It was because of your goddamn ego. Some of the players nodded along as if to support him. Yin Wu clicked his tongue as he watched their quarrel from the back. So that's what happened. He had an idea of what had happened in the previous round. Leaving important items to someone else. Fant didn't have that kind of personality. Such an important role could only be taken by himself. He had to be in control of things. Even though he was such a difficult person to get along with, it shouldn't have been a problem to him. Because he was that strong. In the world of the tower, power was a priceless treasure that would make up for all the shortcomings one might have. Might is right, that sentence had always been true in the tower. And Adora shared the same opinion. Unlike the simple and selfish Fant, she certainly was a rational and reasonable person. And that was exactly why she didn't stop Fant despite his violence. Because, even by her judgment, him taking the crystals was the safest option. No matter how difficult the trial was, they were still dealing with players of average level. Their fists wouldn't be able to brush past Fante's collar even if they flocked in all at once. Therefore, it was the correct judgment to leave all the crystals with Fant. But if there was any problem, if you hadn't been so greedy and gone on a rampage last time, you wouldn't have broken all the crystals by yourself. Then we would have at least had a chance. So I can't let you take the crystals this time. It was that Fant was a little bit too careless. Yin Wu almost burst out laughing when he heard the man. He couldn't believe it was none other than Fant who had led his team to defeat. Even though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he felt like the scene of the previous round was playing in his head like a video. He imagined Fant running over to the other side, and knocking the players down one by one with his overwhelming power. The players on the other team must have thought it to be a lost battle. But the moment they gave up hope, they must have received the message notifying them of their victory. They must have been frightened. Yin Wu presumed that the man couldn't trust Fant because of that incident. But Fant was not a person who would listen to someone weaker than him. He was probably thinking he just had to avoid repeating the same mistake. So, do you want to sort it out my way? Fant rolled up his sleeves and posed as if he were going to fight them. The players' face turned pale as they felt Fante's ferocious aura. The players standing behind the man pulled him by his clothes and shook their heads. In the end, the man gritted his teeth. Veins popped out from his clenched fists, trembling in anger. Even then, Adora stood a step away from the two of them without intervening. She only watched the situation while holding her sword in her arms, just like how she had been when Yin Wu first saw her in Section G. Fant then put on a smile of victory and reached out his hand to Aaron. Seems like it's all set. I wish all of you good luck. Aaron handed all 5 blue crystals over to Fant. Then, he stepped into the portal on the floor and melted away. Hoo-hoo, it's gonna be different this time. It seemed like Fant hadn't come up with any particular plan to protect the crystals. He was just busy fidgeting with the 5 crystals like a child playing with toys. What an asshole. The player's face stiffened at his actions. But the moment Fant was about to put the crystals in his pocket, Yin Wu, who had been watching the situation, stepped forward. Fant noticed Yin Wu walking up to him and stared at Yin Wu with a puzzled expression. And when Yin Wu arrived in front of him, he suddenly shot his hand out. Hand them over. All of them. Aaron teleported to a different area through the portal. A place where all the guardians of the 99 floors congregated. It was the guardians' chambers. In that place, there were a number of guardians running around the room busily. Hundreds of screens were floating against the walls displaying the situations of each floor in real time. Oh hio, are you back already? Then, someone spoke to Aaron from behind his back. When he looked back, there stood a goblin that only reached around Aaron's waistline in height. It was Yvilk. Aaron silently nodded. His attitude toward Yvilk was very polite. It was because they weren't in the same position. As a matter of fact, not all guardians were the same. There were several guardians appointed to different jobs even within a single floor. Those who monitored and managed the trials, those who were in charge of the rewards, those who took care of other miscellaneous tasks and so on. Each of these guardians had positions according to their job, just like in a corporation on Earth. And the guardians who possessed the highest position in each floor were the directors of the trials. As far as what the system allowed, they could exert their power over the players on the floor they managed. They could even dominate players on the level of lords if necessary. But of course, the system would penalize the guardians if they made direct intervention. So, it could be said that Aaron, as the director of the second floor, was also in one of the top positions. But Yvilk was in a position where even Aaron had to be careful around. Because Yvilk was one of the leaders of all the guardians, also known as the 12 Zodiacs. So even though both of them were using honorifics, Yvilki's manner of speech was more like that of an adult talking to a child. So, how was it? But from the outside, no one could tell that Yvilk was a guardian with such great position. He looked like just a strange goblin who always wore a strange monocle and made a weird sound when laughing. To be honest, sir, I'm not sure. Aaron crossed his arms and tilted his head in response to Yvilki's question. A smile filled Yvilki's eyes, which shone behind his monocle. You're not sure? Yes, I can tell he's a strong player compared to other novices, but he's just a novice after all. I don't understand why would you have such high expectations for him. Aaron lifted his head and looked at the screen floating in the air as he spoke to Yvilk. On the screen, he could see Yi and Wu trying to take away the crystals he had given Fant. When Fant showed a disgruntled look on his face, Yi and Wu calmly asked back, should we get things sorted out your way? Fant then flinched, looking scared just like the players before. In Aaron's eyes, it was just a practical joke that always happened between friends. But Yvilk didn't stop giggling as he watched the screen. Oh ho, I see. If that's what you think, then do you want to make a bet? A bet, whether or not he will achieve something great. I'll bet in favor. Aaron narrowed his eyes slightly, but soon nodded, thinking it wasn't a bad idea. Sure, I'll bet that he won't. Oh ho, great, then about the stakes. The players looked at Yi and Wu with their mouths agape. It was only a moment ago that Fant had taken away the crystals with his ridiculous argument. But Yi and Wu extorted the crystals from Fant with just a few words. Besides, they were sure they heard Fant referring to Yi and Wu as hung. Fant, calling someone hung, what the hell happened to him outside? What's going on? In the tower, there was a popular perception towards the One-Horn tribe. Arrogant fools. It was well known that the members of the One-Horn tribe were very strong. And as powerful as they were, they also had a great sense of pride. So they rarely talked to people outside their tribe unless they acknowledged them to be as powerful as themselves. But they valued loyalty so much that they wouldn't hesitate to die for their friends once they opened their heart to someone. And being the royal blood of the One-Horn tribe, Fant and Adora had also inherited this arrogant nature. And judging by what they had experienced themselves, they could tell that the rumors weren't fake. Fant truly was detached, impetuous and even haughty. But what surprised them the most was that there was someone who could keep Fant company, and that Fant was even treating him as a hung. In particular, the players who had watched the match between him and Fant in the tutorial rubbed their eyes several times as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. You know, you're such a bad hung for taking away my chance to show off like that. Fant grumbled and kicked a stone lying next to his feet. Then, Adora approached Yi and Wu. What's your plan now, Oroboni? Once again, the players couldn't believe their eyes. It was their first time ever seeing Eudora erasing her icy cold expression and putting on a smile. It was beautiful and heartwarming. The players felt their hearts skipping a beat the moment they saw that smile. Yi and Wu, on the other hand, was surprisingly unmoved at her smile. Can you help me guard this place for a moment? He glanced at the other players with a stern look and answered. Adora's eyes sparkled. For how long? 30 minutes. 1 hour at most. Sure, take your time. Yi and Wu nodded and moved towards one of the rope bridges hanging on the edge of the cliff. The players creased their brows, not knowing what Yi and Wu was planning to do. The reason why the trial of the first floor was so difficult was not only because the players had to make their way into the enemy's base and look for the hidden crystals under the attacks of 100 players, but also because they had to rely on those feeble rope bridges in order to get to the other side. And the biggest problem was that there were only 3 bridges connecting the two sides. Both teams trying to move to the other side with only 3 bridges. It was obvious that a fight on the bridges was inevitable. And if the rope snapped in the process, the players on the bridge would plunge down the cliff. Not just that, even if some players made it to the other side, maybe with the help of skills or artifacts that helped them fly, the players still wouldn't be able to do much. They would fall prey to a barrage of intense attack from the remaining enemies and soon perish. Because of these harsh conditions, the trial of the first floor was known to produce the most amount of casualties and dropouts out of all 10 floors of the beginner zone. Therefore, it wasn't such a strange thing that Fant and Adora had failed to pass on their first attempt. So while players were interested in Yi and Wu's next move, there was also suspicion in their eyes. Some even frowned right before him. But regardless of their thoughts, Yi and Wu stood in front of the rope bridge as he slowly pulled out Vigrid from his back. Far away in the distance, he could see the players from Red Team running towards his side of the bridge. No matter how hard it may look, there must be several ways to pass this trial. Whistle. A strong whirlwind began to form along Vigrid's blade. The wind was so intense that the wind blowing from beneath the canyon was being pushed away. Yi and Wu gripped Vigrid tightly on his hand and held it up high in the air. Qua, the blessing of the sword. The option that had already been proven to be effective against a large number of foes. But the most effective way, the tip of Yi and Wu's lips twisted, is to beat them down with overwhelming power. Splash. Yi and Wu drew a diagonal line with Vigrid. The whirlwind that had been spinning around Vigrid flew towards the gap. The whip of wind snapped off all 3 rope bridges at the same time and soon lashed out its surplus power onto the cliff. Quaqua. The entire cliff quaked with a loud exploding noise. A giant scar was carved into the side of the cliff. Rumble. Chapter 73. The first floor. 5. Clouds of dust soared up from the broken part of the cliff. Shattered pieces of rocks poured down like falling snow. Fante's jaw dropped to the ground as he watched what happened before his eyes. It was the same ability he had seen in the tutorial, but much stronger. I thought he just spent his time hammering in that smithy. Was he training in secret? Adora, on the other hand, was nodding with a broad smile on her face, as if she had been expecting that much. The players on the blue team were trembling in fear. They didn't expect to meet a player with such disastrous power on the first floor. In the previous round, Fante's strength had been overwhelming enough to beat down 2 teams by himself. But Yi and Wu's power was far beyond that. However, the ones who were the most frightened by this disaster were the red team. On the 3 bridges, the players of the red team had already been crossing over the canyon. After realizing Fante's presence on the blue team, they had decided to press the attack first. Because in warfare like this, whoever took action first usually earned the victory. Their plan was to quickly cross through all 3 bridges while blue team was having problems with Fant and destroy their crystals as soon as possible. For that, each group crossing through the different bridges also had different missions. One group was in charge of keeping Fant busy, another of blocking the rest of blue team's players, and the other of searching for the blue crystals. But their missions ended in failure before they could even cross the bridges, as the blades of wind tore apart the 3 bridges they were standing on. The players fell helplessly down the bottom of the canyon. The screams of players filled the air. Several skills burst out from within the thick fog beneath the chasm. They were flying abilities or artifacts being activated. But not all novices were equipped with such high-tier skills. As a result, over half of the red team players disappeared into the abyss. Their escape route is now cut off. But as always, Yi and Wu was indifferent to those who were not related to him. Because they were in a world where the law of the jungle prevailed. It was survival of the fittest. They should expect to be killed if they intend to kill someone else. And as Yi and Wu desired, all the bridges connecting the 2 cliffs were now severed. Now that the red team was stuck in one side of the cliff, it was time to rampage. Pat. Before the debris of the bridges completely disappeared, Yi and Wu drew out mana from his mana circuit and jumped down the cliff as he wrapped his feet in mana. It was Shunpo. Swish. Yi and Wu's body approached a wooden board that was quickly falling down the cliff. He landed on the board and jumped off it in midair, using it as a foothold as if he were weightless. And using the rest of the falling debris as footing, he jumped his way towards the opposite side. What the fuck? How's this possible? While Yi and Wu was on the move, the remaining players of Red Team were still busy processing what had happened before their eyes. It was only after Yi and Wu was already close to their cliff when they noticed a strong presence quickly approaching from beneath. The players hurriedly drew their weapons and got ready to cast their skills. They had to buy some time for their teammates to hide their crystals. However, their hostility only succeeded in helping Vigrid unleash an even stronger demonic energy. Just before landing on the edge of the cliff, Yi and Wu swung Vigrid horizontally. The whirlwind mixed with strong demonic energy spread widely and shot out directly towards the players. A massive tidal wave of wind swallowed the players. Quang, quack, arg, the players in the very front who faced his attack were torn asunder. Those in the back also fell down like dominoes. The skills they had prepared beforehand were cancelled, leaving only the effects glimmering in the air. Talk, and as soon as Yi and Wu landed on the cliff. Whistle, once again, he swung his sword in front of him, but this time, vertically. Quaqua, being concentrated on a single point, the demonic energy unleashed from Vigrid created a giant pillar of light that erased everything that stood in front of Yi and Wu. Ahead of him, there was now a clear passageway to the forest area. There, he found the group of players he had sensed earlier running deeper into the forest. They were the group in charge of hiding the red crystals inside the forest. Yi and Wu then gently shook his right hand. The black bracelet on his right wrist gave off an eerie glow. The souls of the dead players were bound into the bracelet and were immediately transformed into dark elemental energy for Black Blade. Yi and Wu added flame infusion on it. Boom! The players who had been running in the woods were thrown to the ground by the sudden explosion. The more skilled ones ended up with only their ribs broken, but the others were killed instantly by the strong impact. Pat! Yi and Wu quickly ran through the passage as he infused his armor with mana. Wang! Solid lines drawn on the surface of the armor opened up, revealing dozens of pupils from inside. Though it looked very grotesque, it didn't bother Yi and Wu one bit. Yi and Wu scanned through the whole forest with his enhanced senses. Just like a dog guided by its sense of smell, all he had to do was to look for the unique mana that the crystals possessed. And nobody could stand in Yi and Wu's way. Or to be exact, there was no one left to stand in his way, as the remaining players were infected with the blessing Vigrid brought upon them, not to mention being injured. A team of 100 players had failed to stop a single player, Yi and Wu. Watching the entire situation unfold from the opposite side, the blue team players were left in tremendous shock. Those who had participated in the same round of the tutorial as Yi and Wu could only gulp at the sight. And those who were witnessing the power of the Hoarder for the first time despaired from the hopelessly huge gap between them. However, Yi and Wu stayed absolutely unmoved by their reactions. No matter how difficult the tower was, this was still a beginner zone. For Yi and Wu, who had ranked number 1 in the tutorial round that was said to be the hardest, this kind of trial was still too easy for him. Moreover, his head was focused on obtaining Hera's key. Yi and Wu grabbed all the crystals with one hand. 5 blue crystals and 5 red crystals. Though there were some scratches, all of them were still intact. Whoosh! With a bright light, the crystals melted in his hand, merging into one single ball of light. And before he knew it, there was a key lying on his hand. A transparent key glittering with white sparkles on the surface. You have acquired Hera's key. Unlike Zeus' key that emitted yellowish glow like a topaz, Hera's key had a clear, transparent surface as if it were made out of diamonds. Hera's key. Classification: miscellaneous. Rating: C+. Description: a key used to open the treasury of Hera, the goddess of marriage. Nothing is known about its use. Yi and Wu clenched his fists after confirming his acquisition of the second key. And then, the trial has ended. A message appeared in the sky. Only half an hour since the trial had begun. It was the shortest round ever in the tower's history. You have made an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma will be provided. You have acquired 5,000 karma. You have acquired 3,000 additional karma. Your health and mana will be restored. All status effects will be removed. All remaining players will be teleported to the waiting area. Beware of impact. Calculating total karma attained in this round. Karma ranking of current round. 1. Unknown 50,000 points. 2. None. 3. None. You have set the greatest record on this floor. Will you register your name in the Hall of Fame? You have refused to register your name. Your record has been deeply engraved in the tower. You can register your name later on whenever you wish to. That was amazing. Though it's only the first floor, I've never seen anyone clearing the trial this fast. Indeed, you are the Hoarder, so, yes. You've just set a new record. After all the players arrived once again at the waiting area, Aaron made his appearance and expressed his astonishment. It had been only a few minutes ago that he made a bet with Yavilk. He didn't expect it to end so quickly. The fact that he lost the bet worried him a little, but he was more excited to see what else this player had to offer. And now he knew that what he did back in the tutorial, the record he made, was not because of luck. He even knows about the hidden pieces. And that he was trying to complete the key to Olympus, treasury. Maybe I should bet together with Yvilk if there's a next time. And now, I will give you the rewards for that. Wait. Yi and Wu stopped Aaron mid-sentence. What's the matter? I'd like to receive my rewards after I clear the whole beginner zone. Aaron's eyes slightly widened, but soon chuckled as if he knew he was going to say that. It seemed to Aaron that he even knew he could receive better rewards if he postponed accepting them. If he can keep on breaking records up to the 10th floor, what rewards will he get? Aaron imagined Bedlam breaking loose in the Guardian's chambers. No, not just the Guardian's chambers. The whole tower would be in an uproar. He couldn't imagine what kind of insane plan he was up to. Grin, Aaron couldn't help smiling, and he had a vague feeling as to why Yvilk was so interested in this guy. Why, of course, you can do that, Aaron nodded as he put his hand back down. Well, then, it's time to say goodbye. Aaron gave a graceful bow towards the players. A curtain of light fell down and covered the entire area. The trial has ended. Will you continue to the next floor? The same message appeared in front of the blue team players. But none of the players were happy to see this message. Because no one had been able to acquire karma except for Yi and Wu. If things had progressed like usual, the winners of this trial should have been rewarded with some items in karma, those they could trade with other items they needed to proceed to the next floor. But in this round, Yi and Wu had hoarded all the karma by himself. As a result, the other members of the blue team received nothing. Even though they won, they didn't make any contribution to their victory. In the tower where players were rewarded for their achievements, it was a matter of course that they got nothing. If they moved on to the next floor, there would only be a miserable future waiting ahead. In the end, the majority of players gave up going to the next floor and chose to replay the trial. One by one, the players disappeared into red portals. Soon, only Yi and Wu, Fant, Adora and Aaron were left in the area. What about you? Would you like to go up? Aaron asked with a smile on his face. Yi and Wu nodded. Fant pondered for a while and also said yes with a snort. Adora smiled mildly in answer. Very well, here's the portal to the next floor. A portal opened in front of each person. Unlike the ones that the other players entered into, the portals were glowing with a blue hue. Without any delay, the three of them entered the portals. There were still 9 floors left to clear. Whoosh. Chapter 74. Breakthrough 1. This is the second floor, the stage of hills and fields. When Yi and Wu opened his eyes again, the world was covered in woods and greenery. Refreshing air and breathtaking views. Perhaps because the other teams hadn't finished their trials yet, there were only Yi and Wu and the siblings in the second floor's waiting area. Seems like we're the only ones here. So, are you gonna start right away, Hung? Fant muttered as he took a look around. Yi and Wu nodded in answer. What I need to find here is Demeter's key. Like I said, if you think it's unfair for me to hoard all the karma, you should stop following me. Why would I? I'm curious about how far you can take this. So, for now I'll be sticking with you. Yi and Wu turned his gaze to the sky with a faint smile on his lips. I want to start the trial right now. In front of him, a portal suddenly opened up in the air, and someone dropped down through the portal. Someone wearing a clean-looking tuxedo just like Yvilk and Aaron, but had a head resembling that of a wolf. He was a lycanthrope. My name is Johannes, and I am the guardian of the second floor. So, you want to start the trial with just the 3 of you? The lycanthrope looked at Yi and Wu with eyes full of curiosity. It will be dangerous, but I will get more karma for that, won't I? Sounds like you have a good understanding of the tower system. Fair enough, I'll get you 3 started right away. Soon after he said that, a message popped up in front of them. The second floor's trial will now begin. Description: you are currently in the forest blessed by the goddess of harvest. The forest has always produced enough food for all the animals dwelling in it. But as of late, several monsters have appeared trying to take over the forest and monopolize its yield. Defend the forest from the monsters and restore peace. The tower's system was designed to assist the players participating in the trials to become a god. In case there are players who want to proceed with a trial by themselves, the system creates a round just for them. It was thanks to this system that Jungwoo and his team Arthea had been able to break through the entirety of the beginner zone in just a few days. But of course, despite how easy it sounded, it was absolute madness. It meant they had to carry out a trial that was originally designed for dozens of players by themselves. There had been several players who had taken on the challenge, just like Arthea. But none of them were able to complete the trial. Rumble. Far away in the distance, Yian-Wu saw a horde of orcs charging through the green fields towards his direction. But the noise didn't just come from one side. He saw a swarm of gnolls approaching from the west, goblins from the south, ogres from the north, and several other monsters from different directions. To subdue countless monsters and become king of the forest. That was the goal of the second floor's trial. It would have required quite a lot of players and a very well thought out plan to accomplish this mission. Grin. But to Yian-Wu, it was a piece of cake. This is just like the monster outbreak. With magic bayonet in his right hand, he jumped straight forward. Focus on eliminating one group, and then another. Pat. His first targets were the orcs. Beyond the rushing horde of orcs, he found a helmeted orc, the Orc King, taking command of his army. You have acquired Demeter's Key. Yian-Wu brought together the unknown pieces he gathered from the corpses of each one of the monster's kings. With a bright light, it combined into a green key. You have set the greatest record on this floor. Will you register your name in the Hall of Fame? You have refused to register your name. Your record has been deeply engraved in the tower. You can register your name later on whenever you wish to. Yian-Wu shouted at the sky. Next. Whoosh. This is the third floor, the stage of swords and spears. Yian-Wu was greeted with a somewhat familiar scenery. Wah! Kill them all. Stop them. Don't let them get in. A place where soldiers wield their swords and spears against each other. Dead bodies were piled up on the battlefield. The smell of blood mixed with the stench of burning flesh filled the air. What he had to acquire on this floor was Ares' Key. It was a hidden piece obtained by combining fragments that only appeared randomly when destroying the swords and spears the soldiers were holding. The third floor's trial. Before the Guardian could even make his appearance, Yian-Wu was already busy running around with his magic bayonet. It took Arthea 10 days to get through the beginner zone. If so, Yian-Wu was already swinging his bayonet towards a man who seemed to be the general. I'll finish in 5 days. Puck. The general's head was pitched violently into the air. Inside the Guardian's chambers, all the Guardians were watching the screen with horrified faces. He passed through the 7th floor. What about the time? How long did it take this time? 12 hours and 28 minutes. That's just nuts. How is that even possible? At least Arthea was a team. This guy, he's doing it all by himself. Damn it. Slamming their fists on the table, letting their bodies drop on their chairs, smoking a cigarette, the Guardians tried with all their might to ease their feelings of dejection. When they first heard Yvelk talking about him, everyone thought he was joking. But as Yian-Wu cleared each floor with unbelievable speed, only then did they realize that there was not a single line of exaggeration mixed in Yvelk's statement. In fact, Yian-Wu's skill wasn't something that would have attracted this much attention, because many of the Guardians had once been players that had climbed up to the higher floors. Some of them had even reached the level of lords. The reason why they were so impressed was because Yian-Wu had an almost perfect understanding of the tower's system. Not only did he set records on each floor he passed through, but at the same time, he also skimmed off all of the hidden pieces. So during the first couple of floors, they had been observing Yian-Wu as if he were a marvel. It had been a long time since a player so interesting to watch had appeared. But as he continued to advance, the time it took him to complete the trials grew shorter and shorter. Their jaws continued to drop from shock. Though it was the beginner zone, the trials were still trials. They couldn't believe how easily he was breaking through each floor. The Guardians thought it was no exaggeration to describe him as a monster. At this rate, he was going to beat Arthea's record all by himself. And there was nothing they could do to stop him. The Guardians' powers were limited to punishing misconducts which could be seen as a hindrance to other players ascending the tower. A few hours had passed. A recently joined Guardian was dismayed as he read a newly received report aloud to his senior Guardians. He beat the 8th floor, and it took him 7 hours and 5 minutes. It says he completed the Laurel of Athens, and acquired another key. Quote. Huh. Hollow laughter escaped from the Guardians' mouths. Oh hio. It seems of one again. Yvelk let out his comical laughter with a broad smile that revealed his giant fangs, and held out his hands to the 8th floor's Guardian, who was also the 8th victim of the betting game. The Guardian's hand was trembling as he handed over the promised item. Yvelk once again laughed out loud with a pleased smile. I'm gonna be rich thanks to Kane. I wish for every day to be just like today. Oh. Quote. Gwurg. A painful scream rang across the world full of fire and lava. The sound came from Vulca, a monster that with red hide as tough as iron armor and horns as menacing as swords. Vulca was a monster concealed in the 9th floor as a hidden piece. Which meant it was virtually impossible for a novice in the beginner zone to kill Vulca alone. However, splash, Vulca already had several daggers stuck in his tough hide. You little vermin, how dare you touch me, the King of Flame? But despite his anger, not a single sentence reached Yanwu's ears. Tisk, I guess I can't make him submit yet. Then I can't help it. Adora, try to keep him distracted. Fant, just give him a good punch. Okay, got it. Fant and Adora dashed forward at Yanwu's command. It had been, in fact, only a few floors ago that Fant and Adora joined Yanwu in fighting. After watching Yanwu's fights from behind, they acquainted themselves with Yanwu's style of combat and willingly took on supporting roles. If it was before they met Yanwu, Fant and Adora would have complained about playing supporting roles. But the two of them never said anything about it. It was because they were able to learn something from Yanwu's combat. Something that they couldn't learn back when they only concentrated on honing their skills. It was insight. Yanwu had eyes that could properly view the situation of the battle and use it to his advantage. It was something that could only be acquired through participating in numerous wars and battles. And this came as a great shock to the two of them. They were able to see combat from a whole different perspective that they never knew existed. And that brought them an opportunity to reflect on themselves with a more objective view. They began to review their fights and find what they lacked. And when they started to apply changes to their skills based on such enlightenment. Spark, their skills also showed great improvement. Just by helping Yanwu, they were able to train their skills. Fant kindled thunder energy onto his fists. The yellow thunderbolts coiled around Fante's thick forearm. Uracha, TL, Korean equivalent to saying, heave ho, when lifting something heavy. Kwang, he then crushingly kicked off the ground, flinging himself towards Vulca. Pat, Adora also darted forward with Shinmato in her hand. Fant and Adora, their combined attack was perfect, as if they were one person. Fant jumped towards Vulca, drawing his attention, while Adora attacked him from behind. Just when Vulca tried to turn to attack Adora, Fant dug into his blind spot and launched an attack. And when Vulca was distracted by the two of them, Yanwu made his move. Pabat, Yanwu jumped on the wall, climbing all the way up to the ceiling and dropped straight down towards Vulca's head with Karshina's dagger and magic bayonet in each hand. Puck, cooing, with his head stabbed by two daggers, Vulca twisted his body in horrendous pain. Kung kung, the earth quaked whenever he stomped on the ground. His skull is too hard. Though he had infused the daggers with a heavy load of mana, the daggers didn't dig much deeper into his skin. It meant that he was resilient to physical attacks. It was exactly as he had seen in the diary. Yanwu then quickly backed off with Shunpo before Vulca's hand could reach him. Kwang, and Fant jumped straight towards where Yanwu had been a second ago and gave Vulca a powerful punch. Boom, with a loud exploding sound, Vulca's body was thrown into the air and stuck deep into the wall. It was a formidable power. From some point onward, Yanwu had to admit that the three of them were in pretty good harmony in battle. Without these two, I probably couldn't have cleared the beginner zone this fast. Although he had all the information about Olympus Treasury, it was not an easy task to gather all the keys spread out through each floor, and even fast enough to get the last key. The same went for dealing with Vulca. Vulca was too strong, it even made him wonder how could such strong monster exist in beginner zone. If Yanwu had to fight him alone, it would have taken him a long time even if he had fought at full capacity. But with him, there were Fant and Adora helping him in battle. The two of them followed his every command so well. Just like his comrades back in the military. Whenever he gave them an order, the two quickly realized the hidden meaning. Are all one-horn tribe members like this? It was an inborn talent for combat. There was no other way he could describe their skills. Kung, under the sustained attacks, Vulca finally collapsed onto the floor. Its body was slowly fading away under a red glow. TSS's. Before its corpse was completely gone, Yanwu quickly shoved his hand into its body and pulled out the last piece of the key. And when he connected it to another piece of the key, a message popped up in front of his eyes. You have acquired Hephaestus key. You have set the greatest record on this floor. Will you register your name in the Hall of Fame? You have refused to register your name. Your record has been deeply engraved in the tower. You can register your name later on whenever you wish to. Yi and Wu clasped Hephaestus' key, emitting a red glow like a ruby. Now, all that's left is Hermes' key. Just one. Yi and Wu had so far managed to get hold of all the Olympian gods' keys available below the 10th floor. Hera on the 1st floor, Demeter on the 2nd floor, Ares on the 3rd floor, Poseidon on the 4th floor, Apollon on the 5th floor, Artemis on the 6th floor, Aphrodite on the 7th floor, Athene on the 8th floor, and Hephaestus on the 9th floor. Adding Zeus' key he had obtained in the tutorial, he now had a total of 10 keys. Now there were only 2 left to open the Olympus treasury. One was Hades' key, which could only be obtained by setting the best record for clearing the beginner zone. The other was Hermes' key, which can be obtained on the 10th floor. Hermes, the god of travel and messengers. Let's get it over with. Yi and Wu stepped onto the blue portal on the floor. The trial has ended. Will you continue on to the next floor? The next floor is limited to solo play only. Your party will be disbanded upon entering the portal. Yi and Wu looked at Fant and Adora. We ran together this far, you won't fall behind now, will you? Ha, get ready to get your ass kicked because we're going to be faster than you. Fant sniffed with his arms crossed, but he still had a big smile on his lips. After a faint chuckle, Yi and Wu proceeded to the next floor. This is the 10th floor, the stage of pure white. And before he knew it, he was already in the next floor. But unlike the other floors where he was greeted with different natural landscapes, on this floor, there was nothing he could see, or even perceive, except for the color white. Yi and Wu raised his head up. Just like how he had done on the other floors, he began the trial immediately. Chapter 75, Breakthrough 2, the 10th floor's trial will now begin. Description: You are in the realm of void, an outside world, isolated from those of the living and the dead, where the laws of time and space do not exist. But a living being such as you does not belong here. Escape from the realm of void by any means possible. So, among the beginner zone, this floor is where the second largest number of players end up dropping out. I can see why. It was said that the difficulty of the 10th floor's trial was harder than those of all first 9 floors combined. A trial where players who may have been on a roll until now could suddenly meet a wall. Conversely, a trial where players who had barely managed to clear the previous floors might suddenly find it easy. As such, the trial of the 10th floor was very unpredictable. What was tested on this floor was one simple thing: willpower. Consecutively setting new records all the way up till the 9th floor, we, my teammates and I, felt like we were on top of the world. We thought we could clear the 10th floor's trial just as easily as the other floors. But this goddamn tower, it knows how to shatter people's hopes too damn well. They took everyone away from me. Without a family, a friend or a teammate, I was left alone in that world of nothingness. And I was required to escape that place without a single clue of how to. But of all things, the most difficult aspect of the trial was the lack of stimulus. Man is a social animal. No matter how mentally strong one might be, if they were left in this kind of place, I am 100% sure they would go mad within a few days. For that reason, even knowing this, players who entered the 10th floor often failed to pass the trial. Mental strength and physical strength are two different things. Solitude can devastate any physically healthy person's mind. The more confident they are in themselves, the most adverse effect it has on them. And that was exactly why his brother and his team, Arthea, reached a deadlock during their winning streak. Being forced to play alone in a trial where they couldn't even tell whether there was progress or not. Such feeling of apprehension slowly took over their heads and made them go out of their minds. His brother mentioned that he also had a hard time because of this. However, it won't work on me. Years of experience on the battlefield had made Yi and Wu dull to such negative emotions. Rather, he had trained himself in order to be able to keep his rationality under much harder conditions. There must be a door somewhere around here. But it wasn't just one door. A total of 10 doors, all different in colors and shapes. Yi and Wu closed his eyes. He activated sense strengthening and tried to pick up any abnormality. Dozens of eyes slid open from the lines drawn on his armor. Then suddenly, Yi and Wu opened his eyes and swung magic bayonet to his side. Puck! The bayonet made a hitting sound as it stopped midair. He pulled the bayonet downward and sliced what seemed to be an empty space. As the space sliced open, it revealed a red door. Found it. The 10th floor's trial was somewhat like a labyrinth. A labyrinth full of doors that connected to other blank spaces. Finding doors in this world full of nothingness was a difficult task, but the most troublesome part came after finding one. Because each space contained more than just one door. In each space, there was a total of 10 doors, each one of them different in color and shape. And when players faced these doors, doubts would sprout in their minds. Why do all doors have different colors? Did I open the wrong door? Should I have settled with one color? Is there any order to it? Could there be any hidden trick with these doors? This place, it digs deep into the psyche of players. There is a Chinese term, heart devil. It means that doubts, even small ones, can grow in one person's mind, eating away at them from the inside, and in the end, making them go insane. Most players fell prey to their doubts and ended up dropping out of the trial. He heard that many of the dropouts ended up suffering from mental disorders. Some even committed suicide while they were trying to figure out the answer to the doors and to the trial. But sadly enough, the answer to the trial was very simple. Just go enough times through any of the doors. There was no hidden trick nor problem to the color or the shape of the doors. The doors were just doors, all leading to the next section of the labyrinth. Whatever door the players may select, if they kept opening them, they would eventually make it outside. The only things required were mental strength and faith in one's choices. Only the players who could overcome their self-doubt were allowed to pass the trial. And of course, there were players who entered the 10th floor with this information at hand. But the problem was that coming up with a plan was one thing, and putting it into practice was another. Even if they knew the answer to the doors, the players going through the trial couldn't act as they originally planned. Some spaces had doors at places where they were easy to find, but some didn't. Wandering around the vast expanse of nothingness while trying to find those doors, players easily forgot about their plans, advice or whatever they got from the outside. But that was a problem for other players. Yi and Wu didn't have to worry about it at all. All he had to do was to scan through the area based on his strengthened senses, move straight toward any door he detected, and go through the door to enter another area. But at some point, Yi and Wu's steps began to slow down. He even started to turn back after finding a door and go for another one. Not this one either, and this one no. Yi and Wu didn't give a second glance at the doors he found useless. In fact, what Yi and Wu was after was not the exit of the 10th floor. There are hidden pieces lying somewhere beyond these doors. Hermes' key was the hardest hidden piece to complete among all the other ones in beginner zone. In fact, it was harder than completing all the other keys combined. And that was exactly the reason why only a handful of players succeeded in opening Olympus' treasury. To complete Hermes' key, he had to collect 100 shattered pieces of the key that were scattered through each trial. And if he opened the door that leads to the exit before he could find all the pieces, it would end the trial, making it impossible to complete the Hermes' key. In other words, he had to go through the labyrinth while being careful not to finish it by mistake. What a ridiculous task. However, Yi and Wu was confident in himself. He trusted his senses and looked for the unique mana that the hidden pieces possessed. But above all, find them. He had Yiga's eyes with him. At Yi and Wu's command, the dozens of eyes engraved on his armor started rolling in all different directions, searching for the pieces. And thanks to them, he was able to feel what lied beyond the doors. The reason why Yi and Wu had wasted a whole month in the outer district. Without this artifact, he wouldn't be able to complete Hermes' key. Well, to be precise, I could probably make it. If he groped his way through the labyrinth with his strengthened senses, he would be able to find all 100 pieces. But not in time to acquire Hades' key. Concluding his assumptions, Yi and Wu kept on walking forward. With each step he took, Yiga's eyes busily rolled around in search of the hidden pieces. And a few more hours later, Yi and Wu brought together all 100 pieces he gathered throughout the labyrinth. Click click. As the Hermes' feathers snapped into their places, they started to take the form of the key. This is the end. Then, you have set the greatest record on this floor. Will you register your name in the Hall of Fame? You have refused to register your name. Your record has been deeply engraved in the tower. You can register your name later on whenever you wish to. All the trials of the beginner zone have ended. Your time spent on clearing the beginner zone is 151 hours, 35 minutes and 1 second. You have broken the previous record of Zheng Wuka by 83 hours, 2 minutes and 9 seconds. You have set the greatest record of the beginner zone. Will you register your name in the Hall of Fame? For a very bright moment, Yi and Wu silently stared at the name, Zheng Wuka, registered in the Hall of Fame. It's been so long since I've seen your name. In a flash, all kinds of thoughts went through Yin Wu's head. But soon, he shook his head and spat out a short answer. No, you have refused to register your name. Your record has been. You have acquired Hades key. You have acquired Ring of Ice. You have acquired Skull Crest. Though there were a lot of rewards, there was only one thing that caught Yin Wu's eye. A key carved out of amethyst. It was the Hades key, the same hidden piece his brother acquired. Yin Wu put Hades key and Hermes key on the floor, took out the rest of the keys and spread them out next to the 2 keys. Just then, the 12 keys shone with brilliant colorful lights. You have gathered all 12 keys of the Olympians. The new key will be created. Just like how they were created, the 12 glowing keys merged together, creating one single key. Visually, the new key looked too ordinary, unlike the other 12 keys. It was silvery white in color, without any complex design. But Yin Wu could feel the mysterious energy emanating from the key. You have created Olympus key. You are now qualified to enter the Olympus treasury, the vault containing gold and treasures that the Olympians had accumulated during tens of thousands of years. You can take only one item from the Olympus treasury. A golden door appeared before Yin Wu's eyes. This must be the door to Olympus treasury. Yin Wu found a keyhole below the doorknob. Without any hesitation, he pushed the key into the door and turned it. Click, with an unlocking sound, FSHSH. The Olympus key disintegrated into fine sand. Thinking about all he had gone through to acquire that key, it was a very forlorn end. However, Yin Wu quickly shook away his frustration and pushed open the golden door. Creak. When he opened the door, he was greeted by a world of pitch darkness. A world that was the opposite of the realm of void. And only when he stepped through the door, he was able to see an immeasurably huge iron gate lying just ahead of him. The giant gate was engraved with a sculpted painting of what looked like a description of Titanomachy, the war between the Titans and the Olympians. The mere sight of it made him feel overwhelmed. Similar to what he felt when he saw the tower, but this was more close to a feeling of awe. And when he turned his gaze towards the bottom of the gate, he found a man sitting right in front of the gate looking at him with eyes full of interest. The man in a winged helmet and winged sandals, and a rod entwined with 2 serpents in his hands. He must be Hermes. The very great being laughed as he spoke to Yin Wu. It's you, the man who shocked all the guardians. As the god who could move freely between the worlds of mortals and the divine, Hermes was given a task. The gatekeeper of Olympus treasury. Because he could look into the world of mortals, it was his task to keep his eyes on the mortal world and protect the Olympians' treasures from those who coveted them. But in other words, this also meant that he was always watching down at the mortal world, observing everything that happened all around the world. And because of that, he gained a nickname from the mortals. The Beholder. I've had visitors before, and it has become frequent as of late, but I don't think there has been any mortal as surprising as you. Hermes expressed his admiration as he looked at Yin Wu. I have never seen a mortal like you. It seemed he was genuinely shocked by Yin Wu. However, I'd like to enter the treasury. Yin Wu turned a deaf ear to Hermes' praise. He wasn't in the mood to stand and chat with Hermes. Because he was dying to enter the treasury as soon as possible. He had already thought of the artifacts he wanted. Zeus' astrape and Athena's aegis. Astrape, a spear that annihilates the enemies by launching lightning attacks. And one of the best weapons one could get in the tower. Aegis, also known as one of the best shields, with durability that allows it to fend off most attacks. And with Gorgon's head embedded in its center, it can even paralyze or petrify one's enemies. Both artifacts, each representing a god, have made their name several times in myths. Holding gods' names, the wielder of the artifacts could also obtain the power of the gods. Haha, I see your heart is already set on opening the treasury. Very well, I will attend to your wish. Clap. Hermes clapped his 2 hands with a cheerful laugh. Just then, rumble, the iron gate began to open on its own with a thunderous noise. And through the gap, a beam of golden light brilliantly poured down onto the once pitch-dark world. End of Volume 3, Chapter 76, Olympus, Treasury. Inside the treasury, mountains of gold and treasure shone dazzlingly against the light. And just by running his eyes over them, he could tell that each and every one of them would cost no less than his whole fortune to purchase. Even the single jewel lying near the gate was so beautiful and translucent. Moreover, he could feel an enormous amount of mana contained inside it. That one's A++ at the very least. If it were to be crafted into an artifact, it would possess an immeasurable value. And the treasury was full of heavenly treasures like that one, stirring up his greed. After managing to quench his desire, Yin Wu was about to hurry his gait into the treasury. "Oh, before you go, I have a question to ask you." But he was stopped by Hermes' sudden remark. "Would you be interested in taking these?" Hermes asked with a playful smile on his face as he pointed at the artifacts on his body, his helm, Pedasos, his sandals, Talaria, and his staff, Caduceus. They were all artifacts that symbolized the god of travel, Hermes. "It is embarrassing to say it myself, but I can assure you, these are also some of the best in their kind. If you wish to take one of my artifacts, I will also ordain you as my apostle." It was a shocking offer that would have stirred up the entire tower if news of it were to reach anyone else's ears. As far as Yin Wu knew, God on earth was more like a conceptual being. However, in the tower, gods were real beings that could exert force on the physical world. As such, the deities in the tower possessed power unmatched by players, and there were several religious groups that worshipped these deities. One of the 8 clans, Devil Army, was a well-known example of a clan consisting only of said worshippers. And the players at the pinnacle of those religious groups were known as apostles. They were the messengers, the prophets, and also the avatars of their god. And thanks to being endowed with their god's abilities, apostles were also able to establish themselves in the tower as leaders. They were said to stand shoulder to shoulder with lords, who exercises tremendous influence over the tower with their large following, or with superhumans, one-man armies who had trained themselves to exceed the limits of the human body and gain superhuman abilities. And right now, Hermes was offering such a position to Yin Wu. Hermes was one of the Dodecathion, the major 12 deities of Olympus. Among several deities in this world, he was most definitely one of the strongest. Being the apostle of a god such as him would give him advantages beyond his imagination. Besides, Pedasos, Talaria, or Caduceus, any one of those could be just as good as Aegis, depending on the situation. And in addition to the power he would receive for being an apostle, it could be even better than taking Astrape. However, Yin Wu calmly shook his head once again. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't accept your offer. Because I can't let myself be tied down." It was the creed he had kept in his mind from the very start. Grin. "I see, I suppose that is your path." Although a mere mortal had rejected his offer, rather than being offended, Hermes put on a gentle smile as if he had been expecting it. "This is my path, Hermes." Vague words aroused Yin Wu's curiosity, but he couldn't ask anything as he saw Hermes waving his hand. In the end, Yin Wu had no choice but to enter the treasury. Upon passing through the gate, he hurried across the chamber through the passageway along the mountains of treasures. But after taking only a few steps, Yin Wu began to hear voices that kept ringing inside his head. Open corner bracket hey, take me. Open corner bracket no, don't listen to that. I am the one you need. Open corner bracket what about me? Don't I look tempting? Close corner bracket. Open corner bracket if you don't take me, you'll regret forever. They were the voices of the egos dwelling inside the artifacts. The egos that had been awakened by the power of the gods but ended up being stuck in a place for God knows how many years. Their voices sounded as luscious as the devil's. But Yin Wu managed to disregard their voices and walk further into the treasury. Appraisal failed. Appraisal failed. Appraisal successful. Draconic Eyes skill proficiency has increased. Draconic Eyes has been upgraded. You are now allowed to peek into the truth of more things in the world. As soon as the message appeared, Yin Wu was bombarded with a ton of information. He was given the background story and even the secrets that the artifacts held. Most of the information still remained inaccessible, but even by viewing those, he could increase his proficiency. Yin Wu had to pass through several chambers before he could reach the final chamber. The chamber where the weapons of the Dodecathion rested. Creak. Upon entering, Yin Wu felt himself being enveloped by some kind of vigorous energy, then let go. But before he could wonder what it could be, he was stunned by the design of the chamber. Along the wall, hung the armors and weapons representing 12 gods, and beneath them, were the gorgeous murals of each god's most memorable moment. From the smallest little details to the harmonious view the murals created, the sheer beauty of the chamber took away his breath. After being dazed for a little longer, Yin Wu came back to his senses and tried appraising the artifacts. Perhaps thanks to the proficiency he gained on his way here, he was able to see the information only after a couple of failures. Apollin's solar bow. Classification. Rating. Description: the great bow used by Apollon, the god of archery, music, and prophecy. Its arrow will burn all the wicked. Poseidon's trident. Classification. Rating. Description: the spear used by Poseidon, the god of the sea and storm. It holds the power to create tidal waves. Hephaestus, flame hammer. Classification. Rating. Description: the hammer used by Hephaestus, the god of fire and metallurgy. Each swing bursts with flames. Artifacts crafted with this hammer will possess great strength without a fail. However, unlike the artifacts he saw in the outer chambers, their classifications and ratings were concealed behind question marks and only little information was given in the description. Still, he could tell by instinct that each and every one of them was an artifact containing absolute power. They all were powerful enough to make his eyes grow by themselves. In particular, for someone who had practiced metallurgy, Yin Wu's mind went seesaw when he saw the flame hammer. But as soon as he moved on to the artifact hanging right next to it, his seesawing mind went completely still. Athena's Aegis. Classification. Rating. Description: the shield used by Athena, the goddess of wisdom, courage, and justice. It consists of 9 layers of thin metal plates, and there's a gorgon's head, which can petrify the wielder's opponent, embedded in the center of the shield. This is it. Yin Wu carefully ran his hand down Aegis. He felt the shield trembling at his touch as if it were glad to see him. Would you like to select Athena's Aegis as your reward? A small message popped up right in front of his eyes. The moment he was about to say yes, Yin Wu was stopped by a sudden thought that crossed his mind. But where are Zeus artifacts? In spite of the fact that this was the last chamber, he couldn't find Zeus artifacts in it. Come to think of it, there were several rankers equipped with Olympians, artifact, but I don't think there was anyone using Zeus. In fact, Yin Wu preferred Astrape to Aegis. For Yin Wu, whose high agility and mobility were his main weapons, it was more convenient to fight with a spear that could annihilate opponents with a shot of thunder than with a shield so heavy he wouldn't even be able to stand properly while holding. Of course, he might have to rethink if Astrape also had a size that made it difficult to carry around, but he wanted to at least take a look before deciding which one to select. While he was lost in thought, Yin Wu unconsciously took a step into the inner part of the chamber. Just then, Yin Wu felt something shaking in his inner pocket. When he quickly took out the source of the vibration, he noticed the hour hand of the pocket watch was quickly spinning. Then after a few seconds, the hour hand suddenly stopped. Startled by the sudden event, he tried to give the pocket watch a few shakes to see if there was anything wrong. But when he moved the watch, the hour hand started moving in response to his movements. A compass. He thought of that when seeing the moving hour hand. Yin Wu then laid the pocket watch flat. The hour hand was pointing at the number 11. It was leading further into the chamber. With his eyes narrowed in suspicion, Yin Wu followed the pocket watch with slow steps. Soon, Yin Wu arrived at a dead end. When he looked up, there was a huge mural of a god enveloped in thunder getting ready to throw his spear towards something veiled behind dark clouds. The scenery depicted in the painting looked so dynamic, it felt as if the figures were going to come alive any moment soon. Looking at the mural from a closer distance, Yin Wu noticed there was a hidden seam, elaborately concealed along the outline of the objects in the paintings. It was a hidden door. There can't be any other place. Yin Wu pushed the mural as hard as he could. Rumble. The wall was pushed inwards just like the iron gates outside the treasury. Beyond the wall, a small room of about 10 pyong in size was revealed TL, about 30 square meters. But unlike the other chamber, this room was filled with murals pertaining to Zeus, myths in every side of the room, including the floor and the ceiling. It was also full of weapons and armors even more majestic than the artifacts of the other gods. This must be Zeus' chamber. Like a possessed man, Yin Wu walked across the room, leaving behind all the other artifacts, and went straight to the altar located on the other side of the room. A yellow fire burned brightly in the bronze braziers placed at both sides. In the middle, there was a statue of Zeus sitting on his throne with his eyes closed, and on his lap, there was a deep yellow spear that seemed to be at least 3 meters in length. Its surface was covered in electric sparks, creating an even more majestic view. He didn't even have to appraise it to know what it was. Astrape. Here laid the very weapon used by Zeus in his battle against his father, Cronus, and the other titans. This is it, I don't need anything else. His instincts kept telling him that it had to be this. Aegis, Talaria, Flame Hammer, he didn't need any of those. The other artifacts of the 12 gods or even all the treasures kept in the Olympus treasury were no match for this one single piece of weapon. That was how great of an impact Astrape gave Yian-Wu. And he could also understand why such great artifact had never made a single appearance in the entire history of the tower. Because it was in a place so deeply and well hidden inside the treasury. Yian-Wu himself would have never been able to find it without the help from both his brother's diary and the pocket watch. Wait a second, how did the watch find the location of this room? Yian-Wu was absorbed in his thoughts as he examined the pocket watch. He had been ignoring all the details related to this pocket watch, assuming they were hidden features his brother had left in it, simply because he lacked the ability to reveal its secrets. That was why he wanted to increase the proficiency of draconic eyes as quickly as possible, and even learn metallurgy from Heneva. But he soon stopped thinking about it. For now, Yian-Wu still had no way to figure out what secrets held the pocket watch. Right now, it was more important to take the fortune that the pocket watch brought to him. I'll take this. Yian-Wu brought his right hand over to Astrape. But the moment Yian-Wu's fingertip touched the weapon, tremble, the black bracelet wound around his right wrist suddenly started to vibrate. And then, FSHSH. Astrape disintegrated into dust. Just like the way the Olympus key had disappeared once it unlocked the door to the Olympus treasury. Its dust scattered into the air. Quote exclamation mark quote. Yian-Wu's face turned completely stiff by this ridiculous situation. Was Atrape just destroyed by my touch? Then what's going to happen now? But the moment Yian-Wu fell into the panic whistle. With a gusty wind, the scattered particles of Astrape began to fly towards the black bracelet. Whoosh! The black bracelet emanated a black aura, and the aura spread into the surrounding space as if it were going to cover the whole world with its darkness. Then, rattle-clank, the yellow particles that touched the aura were dyed black, brought towards the bracelet and connected to form a long chain. And when the chain assimilated all the particles, it started to wrap itself around Yian-Wu's right arm like a snake. Clang! Finally, with a loud, clear toll of a bell, the process ended. Astrape, which had now assumed a new form, that of a black chain, was firmly connected to the black bracelet as if it had been part of it from the very beginning. At that moment, Yian-Wu recalled what Hermes had said just before he entered the treasury. I suppose that is your path. Chapter 77, Olympus, Treasury 2. Yian-Wu was struck dumb for a while. Did it just shatter? Astrape was by far the best weapon among all the treasures in Olympus. Just now, he had thought he could get a hold of such a great weapon, but never in his wildest dreams had he imagined it would disappear immediately after acquiring it, not to mention its fusion with the black bracelet. What the hell is this? Black bracelet was an artifact Yian-Wu acquired when killing Akasha's snake. He had been making frequent use of both of its options, Soulbind and Black Blade, since the moment he acquired it. But I didn't think it was anything special, unlike Vigrid. Yian-Wu bit his lips. First of all, he had to figure out what happened to Astrape. Appraise. Yian-Wu commanded as he activated Draconic Eyes. Despair of the Black King. Classification. Wrist guard. Rating. Description. But none of the could stand against the power of the Black King, so they had to live in dread for a long time. In the end, the decided to betray the Black King, successfully overthrowing him from his throne and imprisoning him in the abyss. After an eon spent in confinement, the Black King's resentment had corrupted the 3 frames that had been binding him in the abyss, turning them into his servants. The frames tainted with the Black King's resentment vigilantly await the opportunity to its wearer. Soul Collector. Fixed chance of reaping the soul of the killed target, putting it into the collection. The collected souls lose their memory and become corrupted, left with only deep resentment. The capacity of the collection will increase in proportion to the user's proficiency. Spirit Familiar. Consumes a certain amount of mana to convert a soul in the collection into a spirit familiar. But in order to proceed with the conversion, the user's willpower must overwhelm the target soul's hatred. Once the soul is converted into a spirit familiar, it will become a faithful servant of the wearer and gladly carry out any given orders. Black Energy. The enhanced version of Black Blade. Consumes the souls in the collection and converts them into dark property energy. The power increases in proportion to the number of consumed souls. Once created, the user can wield the energy at will. Ability locked. Sealed. Ability locked. Sealed. This is a unique artifact. No same artifact exists in the tower, and it will be bound to its owner. It cannot be transferred or traded between players. Some of the abilities are sealed. You must meet the qualifications or conditions in order to lift the seals. Some information cannot be accessed. You must meet the qualifications or conditions in order to view the information. Black King. Yi Yanwu frowned at the sight of the name he did not recognize. Judging by the word, king, in his name, he must have been one of the past lords. Moreover, if he was able to make an artifact capable of absorbing a godly artifact, he must have been a transcendent about to reach godhood. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't come up with a single clue about who the Black King might be. Not even in his brother's diary could he find a line that mentioned anything about him. If I could figure out who the original owner was, I might be able to learn how to better handle the black bracelet. Now that he had lost Astrape, he at least had to get a better grasp of how to use this artifact. And the first step towards that goal was to learn from his predecessor, the Black King. But much to his frustration, there was not much information about him provided in the item description. Just when he was about to close the information window, a certain word caught Yi Yanwu's eye. Confinement. Before the black bracelet changed into despair of the Black King, there had been a passage talking about Akasha's snake. It stated that Akasha's snake missed its previous master and that it kept his belonging, in hope of his return. What if the master of Akasha's snake was the Black King, and the cause of his disappearance was the betrayal described in the description? The Black King was someone who had Akasha's snake as his minion. If I could at least find out what's covered up by the question marks, it would be much easier to know who he is. Yi Yanwu's head became crowded with distracting thoughts. Should I have chosen Aegis? He thought for a moment. No, it may have done the same even if I took Aegis. He didn't know exactly why had the black bracelet consumed Astrape. It could have been because Astrape was originally part of Black Bracelet, or it also could have been because it just required a godly artifact to lift its seal. If it was the latter, the bracelet could have destroyed whatever artifact he chose. For now, I'm going to have to find out more about who the Black King is as soon as I get out of here. With a new plan in mind, Yi Yanwu once again examined the new options. It seemed like not only its appearance but its options also went through a complete overhaul. The two existing options were upgraded and one new option was unlocked. Overall, there was a new concept called collection added to the description of each option. Soul Collector, which was Soul Bind previously, changed so that the bracelet could grow to hold more souls. It's a clear advantage. I can bind more souls. Now I can use them more frequently. From the tutorial all the way to the 10th floor, Yi Yanwu had used the black bracelet in combat several times. If there was any problem to it, it was the small capacity it had to retain souls. But now, thanks to the upgrade, the problem was solved. With the increased capacity, a variety of new strategies became available to him. In that sense, Yi Yanwu also found black energy very useful. Until now, the dark energy converted using Black Blade could only be fused into his weapon, thus it could only be used for offensive purposes only. But now that it was changed to black energy, he was free from that restraint. Though it would require some experimentation, he could wrap the dark energy around his body for defense, and if possible, use it to strengthen certain parts of his body. And lastly, there was a newly unlocked option, Spirit Familiar. In fact, Yi Yanwu had already experienced creating something similar to a Spirit Familiar. It was the evil spirits. When he raided Orangdan's secret base in the tutorial, he had converted the souls of the sacrificed players into evil spirits and helped them fulfill their revenge. It seemed like a Spirit Familiar was the same as an evil spirit, but made to serve him instead. The converted souls were allowed to keep memories from their past lives. So if I could make the soul of a skilled player into Spirit Familiar, it'll be of great help for climbing the tower. Of course, it won't be easy to get the soul of a skilled player. When Yi Yanwu finished checking his bracelet, messages appeared in front of him. You have chosen Astrape as your reward. Olympus Treasury will now close. Rumble. The entire space surrounding Yi Yanwu started to withdraw and contract into a single line like a paper being folded. All the lights disappeared into the single line, and Yi Yanwu was swallowed into the silent depths of darkness. When he opened his eyes again, there was a familiar figure standing in front of him. A goblin dressed in a neat tuxedo with a monocle over his left eye. Of Laki, the guardian he had met in the tutorial, greeted him with a bright smile. Oh, congratulations. You've set up a new record for the beginner zone's fastest clear. Though it's just the first 10 floors, I've never seen any player passing through the trials so triumphantly. When I first saw you in the tutorial, I knew you'd make great achievements once you entered the tower, but this is even more stunning than what I had expected. So, I'd like to congratulate you once again for breaking the record. Yavilki's attitude towards Yi and Wu was very courteous and polite. Yi and Wu could tell that Yavilk was genuinely praising him for his performance. However, Yi and Wu was surprisingly unmoved even by Yavilki's compliments. Perhaps because he was still dazzled from meeting a great being such as Hermes, or because he was still in shock from seeing a great weapon like Astrake breaking down into fine dust. But whatever the reason was, Yi and Wu didn't feel anything despite his accomplishments. Rather, it occurred to him that he had merely done something very obvious and unsurprising. If others knew what he was thinking, they would point fingers at him for being arrogant. But that was really how Yi and Wu was feeling. Maybe my experiences in Africa left me emotionally drained. Also, Yi and Wu's head was currently full of questions for Yavilk. Why did Astrake break down? Oh, that's a secret I cannot answer. Then who is the Black King? That's also a secret. Why was I given this bracelet? The tower provides rewards according to players' achievements. There's no other reason behind it. Yavilk grinned as he fixed his monocle. But his attitude made him look like a sly old fox hiding an important secret from Yi and Wu. We guardians are merely the custodians of the tower. We are here to execute the will of the tower. The rewards you receive are all given based on the performance you make. So whatever you may have experienced, it is all because of the path you chose. Therefore, there is not much I can tell you regarding the questions you asked. Yavilki's keen eyes let out a strange glow. Oh, also, it is true that we, guardians, watch players 24/7, but please do keep in mind that you are just one of the hundreds of millions of players we have to manage in the tower. I will, Yi and Wu answered with a nod. Just like what Yavilk said, he was nothing but a player whom the guardians wouldn't care about even if he died. However, the word, path, Yavilk used kept bugging Yi and Wu. I suppose that is your path. And it reminded him of what Hermes had said when he refused to be his apostle. My path, what could he have meant by that? Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes. Gods do not speak amiss, for they are the rulers of all creatures. So Hermes must have seen something in him to say such a thing. And he really wanted to know what that something was. Could it be something about the Black King? But after a while, Yi and Wu shook his head. Even if he continued to agonize over this matter, he wouldn't be able to get any answer. Whatever path he was treading right now, he would at least bump into something if he kept walking. If so, what he had to do now was to focus on living the present. Looks like you're done putting on your thinking caps. Then let's talk about your rewards now. Yavilk clapped as he laughed cheerfully. Clap, total karma, 1,420,119 points. Look at this number. This is absolutely incredible. Right now, you have 10 rewards for clearing each floor, 1 for clearing the beginner zone, and another 1 for setting a new record, a total of 12 pieces of pending artifacts. Would you like to take them now? Yi and Wu shook his head. I'd like to combine all 12 rewards plus my karma points for one single reward. Yavilk burst into laughter as if he had been expecting that answer. Is there anything you'd like to receive? Astrape. You silly, you know that is already over. I'm not joking. Yi and Wu refuted, but Yavilk pretended he didn't hear what he said. If you have nothing in your mind, then I will have the system decide for you. The over 1.4 million points quickly counted down to 0, and the 12 light orbs hovering next to Yavilk flew into Yavilki's fist. And when Yavilk opened his palm, this is, Yi and Wu's eyes slightly widened. The artifact that appeared on Yavilki's hand was also familiar to Yi and Wu. A 9-layered shield with a monster's head in its center. It was Aegis. Your achievement is something that no one has ever accomplished so far. So it seems like the system has decided to give you this artifact as a reward. Only then did Yi and Wu realize. What meaning did someone's achievements have in the tower? He once questioned what kind of reward would he receive if he accrued all his achievements. But he didn't expect the result to come back like this. Would you like to take this as your reward? Yi and Wu nodded. You have acquired Athena's Aegis. Aegis fell onto Yi and Wu's hand. He thought it would be heavy because of its 9 layers, but when he held it in his hand, he was surprised to feel how light it was. Yi and Wu passed his hand over the smooth surface of the shield. It seems like my job is finished. Perhaps I should take my leave now. A message popped up over Yavilki's head. The trial has ended. Will you continue to the next floor? Yi and Wu nodded. A blue portal opened underneath his feet. Yi and Wu then disappeared into the portal. The moment Yi and Wu left the last floor of the beginner zone, a huge message window appeared on every floor of the tower. It was an announcement shown to all players in the tower whenever a record was broken. Its contents were simple. It was about an undisclosed player breaking the previous record of the beginner zone and registering their score in the Hall of Fame. And when players found out that the undisclosed player was the hoarder, the whole tower once again entered a period of agitation. Most of the players were worried by the advent of the new talent, but there were some who expressed joy. Because it was the moment that the name they wanted to erase from the tower, the name of Jung Woo, was finally thrown into the dustbin of history. But instead, the name, Hoarder, became engraved deep inside their heads. Chapter 78, Mythic Beasts 1, Ohiohio. Not only did he awake the despair of the Black King, but he was also rewarded with Aegis. He is such an unpredictable player. Yvilk smiled cheerfully as he watched Yi and Wu disappear into the portal. From the tutorial to beginner zone, Yi and Wu's feat of clearing everything as a solo player had been great entertainment for him, not to mention the fun of earning extra money. It seems like the tower's system has begun to take notice of you, Yi and Wu Cha. For a second, his voice was imbued with unusual seriousness. By the way, who was the next part's General Guardian Laplace, wasn't it? Yvilki's two large fangs could be seen over his thick lips as he broke into a wide grin. I wonder how he'll react. He acts quite annoying when he finds something interesting. Yvilki's eyes glowed as he stared into the gradually fading portal. The Hoarder. Bahal paused and turned to look at the leader of Flame Beast. Flame Beast's entire unit following behind him halted in unison. Yes, from the 1st to the 10th floor, all the previous records in the beginner zone have been surpassed by him. Bahal brought his hands to his front and tapped the air a couple of times. Then, a window suddenly popped up in front of him. First floor ranking. 1. Unknown 9,345 points. 2. Jung Woo Ka 6,566 points. 2. Adora 6,556 points. 4. Fant 2,210 points. Second floor ranking. 1. Unknown 31,008 points. 2. Fant 7,299 points. 3. Jung Woo Ka 6,900 points. Third floor ranking. 1. Unknown 18,115 points. 2. Jung Woo Ka 11,331 points. Oh, the moment he saw the word, unknown, on the list, he knew it was Yi and Wu. Among all the novices who had appeared recently, he was the only one who could pull off this kind of achievement. What an interesting friend he is. Bahal skimmed through the rest of the rankings with a huge smile. He knew that Yi and Wu was up to something big the moment he first saw him, but this was even bigger than he expected. Jung Woo's records were made possible because he had assistance from his team, Arthea. But Yi and Wu's were different. His records were set all by himself. Thanks to this, more attention was going to be drawn to him now. Bahal thought to himself that it had been a good move to visit him before the other clans could snatch him. But isn't it frustrating? The leader suddenly asked Bahal. Bahal tilted his head. What is? I'm talking about the records. Though they're named after Jung Woo, they also belong to you too. Figuring out his intention, Bahal let out a chuckle. I thought I had already passed your test, didn't I? Oh, I'm sorry, but don't get me wrong. This is just a personal question. But Bahal only asked back with a snort. HMPH. Our queen's dearest henchman asking a personal question to me, you think I'd fall for that? The leader silently lowered his head in answer. Bahal closed the ranking window and started answering as he stroked his chin. Well, it'd be a lie to say it isn't. Because no matter what I do, it is an undeniable truth that I was once part of Arthea, and that record is a remnant of my past. Who'd like having their remnants erased? Quote. Just then, the leader looked at Bahal questioningly but soon erased the doubt after hearing his next word. But what's past is past. I'll have to let go of it in order to advance. What matters to me right now? A sly grin crept over Bahal's face. Is how to make this novice ours. Quote. I do think he'll be ours eventually, but we can't wait forever for him to decide, now can we? If he won't join us, then we'll have to destroy him, just like we did to them. Though Bahal had put it vaguely, the leader understood who he was referring to. Just like Arthea, either they had to have it, or it had to be destroyed. No other result was allowed. So, did that answer satisfy you? Bahal looked at the leader with a smile. The leader nodded calmly. Seems like I got a passing mark. You did talk too much unnecessary stuff. You'd better be careful next time. Haha, I thought I had earned some trust, but it seems our queen still doubts me. By the way. Bahal came to a sudden stop. They were in front of a steep cliff. Are we in the right place? The coordinates say we are. So this Cheongwado's doghole, they've been pretending to be so high and noble, acting as if they have nothing to hide, but look what they have here. Haha. Bahal slowly moved to the edge of the cliff. Below his feet, he could see a forest full of trees. The entire forest was serene and desolate, perhaps due to its location being far from the outer district. Bahal began to circulate mana into his eyes, staring at a certain point inside the forest. Then, his eyes caught a strange structure covered in camouflage. There were 5 players patrolling around the altar-like structure. He also found a blue portal at the center of it. That must be the portal that leads to Rangdan. Bahal chuckled as he continued to check the portal. I don't know what were you trying to hide by opening a portal in such a remote place, but you really haven't changed a bit, Leonte. It's too sloppy. Bahal turned to look at the leader. It's about time now. Let's get ready. Roger. The leader raised his hand. Flame Beast then scattered across the cliff and lowered their postures. Their plan was to ambush Leonte upon his appearance. According to the information they had acquired, Leonte was going to pass through this portal in an hour or two. And when the reported time drew near, the still surface of the portal suddenly started to ripple. It was a sign that someone was coming through the portal. With a gesture from their leader, all members of Flame Beast pulled out bamboo trunks from their pockets. Though they looked like mere bamboo shoots, they were actually powerful guns loaded with steel arrows, magics and gunpowders which could easily devastate a large area when triggered. Soon, a large group of players started to come out from the portal. Players dressed up in Cheongwado's uniform. Bahal was able to find Leonte without much difficulty. Flame Beast aimed their guns towards the group of players standing near the portal. Once the players stopped coming out of the portal, the leader once again gestured to his team. Then, quakwang, like thousands of thunder crashing all at once, a terrifying roar rang across the entire forest. A massive explosion swallowed the portal and the surrounding woods as a whole. Most of the players, including those who came through the portal and the guards, couldn't even react to the sudden ambush and were swept away by the explosion. Even those who survived the explosion were soon pierced by the steel arrows raining from above. However, Leonte, as if proving himself worthy of being a high ranker, managed to avoid most of the explosions and arrows. However, not all of them. When the barrage of attacks was over, Leonte's entire body was covered in soot and blood. Leonte clenched his teeth. He had just recently managed to calm himself down from the loss of Orangdan and the stone. But now he had lost another entire group of players along with 3 other direct subordinates because of the sudden ambush. Unable to contain his anger, Leonte let out a loud roar into the sky. Then he began to look around to find the cause of the disaster. Not long after, he was able to find a group of players standing at the edge of the cliff. Among them stood a player with a familiar face. A player who used to be his great friend back in the day, but was now a bitter enemy. Bahal, long time no see, my friend. Though they were standing far from each other, Bahal could already tell what kind of expression Leonte had. So he jumped down the cliff with a smile on his face. Quang. As soon as Bahal's foot touched the ground, Leonte kicked off the ground and propelled himself towards Bahal. 2 swirls of wind spiraled around Leonte, following him like tails, and soon hurled forwards, becoming 2 massive hurricanes. Leonte's nickname was Stormbringer. As befits his name, the 2 hurricanes shot out towards Bahal with stupendous force. Whoosh! But with a burst of laughter, Bahal raised a pillar of fire in front of him. Quang! With a loud explosion, the hurricanes and the pillar of fire collided in the middle of the sky. Waves of scorching wind radiated from the collision point, burning everything around. A scenery that would only appear in myths. Flame Beast had to retreat a fair distance so as not to be swept away by the aftermath of their clash. However, the injured players of Cheongwado were unable to escape and turned into ashes. You, how dare you do this to me? Don't you realize there'll be consequences to your actions? Leonte grimaced at Bahal. There was a distinct edge to Leonte's voice. But Bahal answered with a smile. I'm afraid I do. Because he knew Leonte would react like this. Leonte fancies himself as a good schemer, but whatever came out from his head had always been so boring and predictable. Because I am going to start a war. Leonte's face stiffened at Bahal's remark. It was clearly a declaration of war. Red Dragon declaring war against Cheonwado. If I can bring the head of one of the Wushan, wouldn't that be a nice event to start a war? Quote exclamation mark quote. You know, we used to be friends back then. I just couldn't stand the idea of you being killed by someone else, so I came here to finish you off with my own hands. Bahal then lifted his hand with a broad smile. And with the swing of his hand, Bahal's signature skill, volcanic hammer, was cast. From the sky, a red hammer made up of pure flames slammed down on Leonte's hurricanes, tearing them down without leaving a trace. Only then did Leonte realize that Bahal had become much stronger than he used to be. So just hand it over to me. Hand over what? The mana organ you created. If you give it to me now, I'll finish you as painlessly as I can. Leonte's expression hardened. He didn't know that Bahal had known about the stone. But Bahal, taking his stiff expression as a sign of rejection, clicked his tongue lightly. You and your damn pride. Well, you leave me no choice, Leonte. I'll have to take it by force. As soon as Bahal finished speaking, he jumped straight towards Leonte. Quakwong. Dozens of volcanic hammer lashed down onto the ground, spreading flames everywhere. There was nowhere Leonte could run to. All possible escape routes were blocked by Flame Beast, and he was surrounded by a sea of fire. Bahal's nickname was Flame Fist. No one could be a match against him in the sea of fire. Not even the head of Red Dragon, the Summer Queen. Hammers of fire pounded down on Leonte several times, but Leonte managed to block them with his hurricane. The explosions created by their fight once again swept over the entire surrounding area. This is the 11th floor, the stage of Dream World. Yianwu opened his eyes to a now familiar message. And then, a whole new world came into his view. Before his eyes, there was a world full of fields and hills stretching out as far as his eye could see. He could hear the flowers and grass soughing in the soft breeze and feel the warm sunlight shining down on him. It was so different from the rest of the floors he had experienced before. Yianwu took a look around, but he found no one. I guess they're still on the 10th floor. It seemed that it would take Fant and Adora longer to reach this floor. It was understandable since Yianwu, too, would not have passed the 10th floor so easily without Yiga's eyes. Then, I'll have to wait. Yianwu thought it was rather good that he arrived here earlier than them. He was both physically and mentally tired from passing through 10 floors without a single break. Besides, he needed some time to check the items he acquired on the 10th floor. But at that moment, a blue portal began to form in the sky, and someone dropped down from it. Judging by the tuxedo it was wearing, Yianwu could already tell it was also a guardian. But when he looked up, he found that the guardian had the face of a rabbit, just like the one he saw in the storybook of a famous novel, Alice in Wonderland. It is so nice to finally meet you in person. My name is Laplace and as you can see, I am the guardian of the 11th floor. Laplace's red eyes looking at Yianwu were glistening with curiosity. Chapter 79, Mythical Beast 2, Laplace looked with wonder at Yianwu who was recently said to occupy Yavilki's love and attention. Yianwu's performance didn't just stir up the players in the tower. The guardians also became excited at the news. The best novice since Arthea. As for the guardians whose job was to watch over every player in the tower, it was natural for their eyes to be drawn to those who made great achievements. In particular, the news of Yavilk profiting thanks to Yianwu's achievements and the bets he made with the other guardians also helped considerably in spreading his story. So, the guardians hoped for Yianwu to come up to their respective floors as soon as possible in order to witness with their own eyes his amazing. And that was also the reason why Laplace came out. In fact, Laplace wasn't the guardian who was in charge of the 11th floor. But Laplace, with the ridiculous argument of providing special care to a rookie like him, used his authority to take over the 11th floor guardian's place and showed up instead of him. Because Laplace was, one of the 12 zodiacs, one of the guardians' leaders. Keeping in mind to later buy some delicious carrots to cheer up the original guardian of the 11th floor, Laplace opened his mouth. Do you know how the rules change from the 11th floor onwards? Yianwu recalled what he heard from the diary. The difficulty of the floors beyond the 11th really differs from that of the beginner zone. The two main reasons are that there is no longer a waiting zone and that players have to carry out long-term trials as they make a living on those floors. I know that there will be no more waiting rooms and that trials will be done over a longer term. Actually, that's pretty much it. Since you know the gist of it, I'll make it quick. Laplace said with a bright smile. The tutorial was an exam, to check if players had the qualifications to enter the tower, and the beginner zone was to prepare the players for what's coming in the future. And now that you have passed both of them, you will be given the real trials from now on. The real trials. Yi and Wu chewed over that word. As you know, those who go through multiple trials to become a god, they are known as players in the world of Obelisk. They are put through several trials with life-threatening dangers, and are required to surpass the series of challenges and overcome their own limitations. But as his speech went on, Yi and Wu started to zone out. Yi and Wu's was pondering in his mind how strange it was to see a rabbit head talking so well with those huge front teeth. So starting from the 11th floor, where the real trials begin, the players have to deal with completely different things. Laplace's explanation went on for a long time. The trials in the beginner zone are quite merciful compared to those of the higher floors. Even if the players fail, they can fall back to the waiting room, recover from their injuries and fatigue, and give it another try in their best condition. And they are allowed to repeat this until they finally pass the trial. But it's a different story starting from the 11th floor, where the waiting rooms cease to exist. If they fail, they have to remain on the stage. Even if they are injured, they have to find a cure within the stage. Basically, they are trapped on that floor until they make it past the trial. In addition, most of the trials given are long-term missions that cannot be finished in just a day or two. Only by holding on with perseverance and enthusiasm can players make their way out. Just as he said earlier, this is where the real trials begin. So please beware, there is no such concept as rounds from here on. Now, do you have any questions? Yi and Wu quickly shook his head. He was already aware of it through his brother's diary, and for now, he didn't want to waste more time listening to his explanations. The trial on this floor isn't particularly difficult anyway. Just a little annoying. Yi and Wu mumbled to himself. If you don't, then let's get the trial started. Laplace cheerfully exclaimed. Clap, the 11th floor's trial will now begin. Description. You are currently in the dream world, a mythical world where the dreams from all over the world and other dimensions converge. The beasts living in this world are known as mythical beasts, and they feed on the dreams that flow into this world. The beasts that are fed with nightmares will become demonic beasts that cause chaos and disaster, but those that are nourished with pleasant dreams will grow into legendary beasts that bring hope and peace. Your job is to hatch your own mythical beast. Protect the egg until it hatches. The beast that's fed with your dreams and devotion will become a great partner for the long journey waiting ahead of you. At that moment, a round egg fell on Yi and Wu's palm. A snow-white egg, as small as a chicken egg. The egg in your hand is the egg of a mythical beast. No one knows what will be born from it. The appearance of a mythical beast can differ depending on what the owner feeds them. Laplace's red eyes gave off a strange glow. But one thing to note is that though the egg grows on its own, the egg is still an egg. It will never hatch if the owner doesn't give him enough love and care. So please, do nourish properly and with care. Because the more you put your heart into it, the stronger your partner will be. Yi and Wu once again nodded silently. Okay then, I'll see you when your trial is over. Laplace disappeared as he bowed his head. Left alone at the starting point, Yi and Wu scratched the back of his head. Hatching a mythical beast's egg, this could be a problem for me. I'm not good at taking care of things. Yi and Wu remembered that his brother had described this trial as fun. Unlike the other stark and bleak trials he had gone through up until now, this was the first trial he could actually enjoy. The sun was shining warmly with a soft breeze. Such a good environment could rarely be found in any of the other floors. And to top it off, Jung Woo's trait was psychometry. During his stay on this floor, he always tried to communicate with his egg and made his best effort to keep it well nourished. And what hatched from the egg was a mythical dragon, wasn't it? Mythical dragons were one of the best species that could hatch from the eggs, the others being balrogs, kirans, phoenixes and so on. Not only did the mythical dragon become his brother's powerful ally, but it also brought him the opportunity to meet the ancient dragon Calidus and establishing a contract to borrow his powers. On the other hand, this kind of mission is definitely not my thing. Unlike his brother, Yi and Wu found it difficult to look after things like pets or kids. But Yi and Wu wasn't too concerned about hatching the egg. His brother had left him detailed instructions on how to hatch different mythical beasts. Among them, there was even a hidden piece that allowed players' eggs to hatch into higher-tier beasts of certain elements. The phoenix of the southern forest. If I could use its power. Contrary to the peaceful atmosphere the 11th floor radiated, it was home to bosses that even high rankers feared to mess with. Legendary beasts, the best beasts that could hatch from the eggs. On this floor, there were 4 of those beasts, 1 in each cardinal direction. The abyss turtle of the north, the void dragon of the east, the saber-toothed tiger of the west, and the phoenix of the south. And as for the phoenix, it's an immortal bird that can, like in the legends on Earth, revive from the ashes of its dead body. It is said that its limitless power over fire and wind greatly astonishes those who witness it. Yi and Wu had been looking for ways to improve the power of his flame infusion, a skill that had many uses, ranging from simply causing a fire, to launching ranged attacks, and its proficiency was already over 50%. For him, this seemed like a good chance to achieve that goal, by hatching a beast with the fire and wind properties. In order to do so, he needed help from the phoenix. Flame of life. If only I could get that. His eyes shone with determination. Yi and Wu waited a little longer for Fant and Adora at the starting point. But even after waiting for an hour or 2 in that spot, there was no sign of them showing up. Unable to wait indefinitely, Yi and Wu drew his dagger and left a small mark on a rock sitting beside him. It was a mark that the 3 of them decided on before entering the 10th floor, signifying someone had arrived earlier and left first. And below the mark, he also left a few words. South, big forest. They'll come to find me even if I make it short. Yi and Wu turned towards the south as he secured the egg. Let's get moving first. He cast Shunpo, Pat. Just like the message he left for Fant and Edor said, Yi and Wu moved straight towards the south. Along with the instructions for each floor's mission and the location of the hidden pieces, his brother had left him a rough map of the 11th floor. Yi and Wu tried to compare the map recorded in the diary and the actual landscape as he traversed through the stage. Because it had been a long time since his brother had recorded this, he had to check if there were any changes. Since the main goal of this floor is to hatch an egg, it is impossible to clear this trial as fast as I did in the beginner zone. It would take at least half a month, or even a year or 2. I can spend time finding other hidden pieces meanwhile. But for that to happen, the first thing I have to do is to lay hold of the entirety of this stage's landscape. There was no set time to when the egg would hatch, for its growth speed varied depending on what kind of beast was growing inside the egg and how much effort the owner put towards hatching it. His brother said that there had been a player whose egg took over 3 years to hatch. The trial on the 11th floor, though it was not difficult, was riddled with uncertainties. And if the egg happens to break either by mistake or because of other beasts, the mission will be over. If the player lost their egg, their trial was over. Although the system wouldn't count it as a failure, they wouldn't be able to climb any higher. There were rumors that there was a way to pass the trial by hatching another egg as a substitute, but not much was known about that method. To protect the egg no matter what, and to hatch a great mythical beast. These 2 were the most important points of this trial. It won't be as easy as it seems. This is the kind of mission where players with crab mentality can easily mess it up for others. And that was why he had to get to Phoenix's territory. Unless they were a fool, no one in their right mind would set foot into the territory of a legendary beast. It should show up anytime now. By the time Yi and Wu finished organizing his plan in his head, he was entering a thick forest. You have entered the Phoenix's territory. Your defense against fire and wind elements will be greatly reduced under the influence of the Phoenix. Your overall stats will be reduced under the influence of the Phoenix. The Phoenix is watching you from somewhere. Yi and Wu felt his body drooping like water-soaked cotton. The Phoenix's energy that was spread throughout its territory was suppressing his body like gravity. Though it felt uncomfortable, Yi and Wu smiled contentedly. Because the message notified him that Phoenix was keeping its eyes on him. Now he didn't have to worry about drawing its attention. But if there was one thing that bothered him, why is it so vigilant? There was nothing about it being this watchful in the diary. There was a faint tinge of emotion mixed into the air. A murderous intent. He could feel that the Phoenix wanted to kill someone really badly. Did something happen? With that question in mind, Yi and Wu approached the giant wall that appeared before him. A giant wall of rocks that seemingly marked the end of the stage. But in the middle of the wall, there was an entrance to a cavern, so large that it would make a human standing inside look like a small dot. That must be the Phoenix's nest. The more Yi and Wu approached the wall, the clearer he could feel the murderous intent. But the moment he was about to set foot inside, open hollow corner bracket halt. Yi and Wu was stopped by a voice that suddenly rang in his head. To be exact, what he heard wasn't a voice. It was telepathic communication, high-tier magic that could transfer one's thoughts directly to someone's mind. Phoenix. By the time Yin Wu's expression had sunk, its thoughts were transferred to his head once again, but this time, more spitefully. Open hollow corner bracket. If you come any closer, I will take your life, human. Chapter 80, Mythical Beast 3, Yin Wu creased his brows. Why is she doing this? The phoenix, he knew, although it was somewhat arrogant in nature, usually wasn't this hostile to players. Even when players trespassed her territory, oftentimes, it would just observe them and see what they did. But for some reason, the phoenix he was dealing with did not fit the description. First things first, Yin Wu tried to settle down the phoenix via conversation. I've come here for the flame of life. Will you kindly grant me your quest? Open hollow corner bracket. Begone, you filthy human. I have nothing to share with your kind. But he was rejected right away. Yin Wu tried to persuade her several times after that, but the answer was always the same. Something was definitely wrong here. But strangely, he didn't feel like she was going to hurt him. For some reason, she reminds me of a cowering hedgehog. Hedgehogs are cowardly by nature. When facing a predator, they tend to erect their pointy spines in order to hide that they are scared. And that's how the phoenix sounded like to him right now. Although it was a little bit funny to compare a legendary beast to a tiny animal, that's how strange the situation felt. And above all, unlike her threats, he didn't feel any threat coming from her, even when she could kill him as easily as lifting a finger. Something must have happened to her, but what could it be? Then a sudden thought flashed across Yin Wu's mind. The weakness that humans, animals, and beasts all have in common. The period when all living things become cautious and extremely sensitive. Pat. Yin Wu began to climb up the rock wall. The phoenix threatened Yin Wu more furiously, but he didn't stop his steps. Totic. Soon, he arrived at the mouth of the cavern. Excuse me, open hollow corner bracket human. How dare you set foot inside my nest, close hollow corner bracket. From the inside of the cave, he saw something gleaming in the pitch darkness. Something yellow and huge. They were the eyes of the phoenix. And they were spitefully glaring at the uninvited guest. But just like when he was outside the cave, she still didn't try to expel Yin Wu from her nest. From her uncertain attitude, Yin Wu became more certain of his assumption. He quickly cast draconic eyes and examined the inside of the cave. Deep inside the cavern, he spotted the hulking figure of a red bird curled up in the darkness. A bird entwined with faint flames. Her body was so large that Yin Wu thought his body would look like an ant in her eyes. If her crouched body is this big, then how big will she be when she spreads her wings out? As Yin Wu examined her majestic body, he noticed there was something sticking out under her belly. There, he found 2 eggs. I knew it, his assumption was right. You have eggs. Open hollow corner bracket. That is none of your business. Now, away with you from my presence. I have no time for you. The phoenix still snarled at Yin Wu, but he could tell there was a hint of uneasiness mixed into the thought she transferred. At the same time, she became extremely vigilant. Though she was restraining herself for fear of hurting the eggs, he could see the flame around her body rippling as if waiting to burn him down. But she probably can't move from her spot right now. I can feel there's not much time left before the eggs hatch. He could understand why the phoenix became so sensitive. Yin Wu then looked straight into the phoenix's eyes and asked a question. Did you lose an egg? Open hollow corner bracket. A momentary silence. I hit the bull's eye, didn't I? Open hollow corner bracket. So, have you come to mock me? Please, just get out of my nest. The egg of the legendary beasts. That kind of item could be sold at a high price among the players. So quite a few clans and players tried to steal these eggs even at the risk of their lives. Yin Wu felt a little sorry for the phoenix. Because he knew about the love parents had for their children better than anyone will ever know. Looking at the phoenix, it reminded him of his mother, who had spent her remaining days worrying about her lost son and had called her son's name till her last breath. If I can bring your egg back. So Yin Wu wanted to help her. Open hollow corner bracket. What? Will you grant me your quest? Besides, this was also a chance for him. The man's offer perplexed the phoenix. Then she narrowed her eyes in efforts to read Yin Wu's intentions, to see if he was hiding anything. As a legendary beast, she could read, though not perfectly, into a human's thoughts. And she could tell what Yin Wu had said was all true. There was no other scheme behind his words. Open hollow corner bracket. Do as you please. The phoenix then closed her eyes and laid her head back. It was permission. At that moment, ding, sudden quest phoenix's egg. Description: the ruler of the southern forest, the phoenix, had one of her eggs stolen while she was away looking for food for his soon-to-be hatched babies. Find Phoenix's lost egg and bring it back to her. Phoenix will never forget your kindness. Time limit: before the egg hatches. Reward: 1. Phoenix's favor. 2. Qualification for the quest, Flame of Life. 3. If you're not reading this at forum.wuxaworld.com, you're reading stolen work. Don't support those websites. Now, how do I catch those guys with the egg? Yin Wu began to organize his thoughts as he climbed down the rock wall. Originally, he was going to set up a base camp in a suitable location near the phoenix's nest and check the rewards he got. But apparently, he would have to postpone that plan. I just hope this won't take too long. From what he could tell, there was not much time left before the egg hatched. He had to hurry up and catch the thieves as soon as possible. The description doesn't say exactly how much time I have, but it won't be more than 24 hours. Fortunately, there were strange traces everywhere near the cave. It seemed like the thieves were too busy hiding from the phoenix that they forgot to erase their traces. Yin Wu was already used to chasing down people using these kinds of traces from when he had to track down fleeing guerrilla units and shoot them down back in Africa. Pat. After checking the direction where thieves went off to, Yin Wu set out in search of the egg. Ooh ha ha, what a piece of cake. Hee hee, who would have guessed that the phoenix would leave just as we arrived there? Vian and Lam laughed out loud as they exited the forest area. The two were carrying an egg that was as big as their upper body. It was the phoenix's lost egg. It was also the symbol of good luck that would make them rich. In fact, Vian and Lam weren't expecting much when they stepped into Phoenix's territory. Because the phoenix was said to be highly vigilant among the 4 legendary beasts dwelling in the dream world. Although in their opinion, they were 2 of the best treasure hunters, this request was too difficult. But as if the odds were on their side, they saw the phoenix leaving her nest just when they arrived at the rock wall. Without missing the chance, the 2 of them were able to steal an egg. They only succeeded in stealing 1 egg due to her early return, but stealing 1 egg was still a huge gain. You know what, I think we should call a higher price when we get there. I mean, they won't be able to get this egg from anywhere other than us. If they want this, they're gonna have to pay whatever price we say, right? Or actually, there's a better way. A better way? Yup, we could take it for ourselves. Shocked by Ram's sudden remark, Vian opened his eyes wide. Hold on, what if we get caught? We'll have to go into hiding. Don't just think of getting caught and look at the bright side. We have an egg of the phoenix, man. If we can stay hidden until it grows into an adult, they won't be able to do anything to us. Then, Vian's eyes brimmed with greed. So far he had been too busy stealing the egg to think about the alternatives, but in fact, Ram had a point there. The players who commissioned them were someone they couldn't mess with. They were famous for being strong, relentless, merciless, but above all, they abhorred those who touched their pride. But what about it? If they kept this egg, they could become the owner of a phoenix. They could be one of the few that owned a legendary beasts. Then, would their employers be able to stand up against them? No, on the contrary, they would have to grovel at their feet. Furthermore, it could also open up an opportunity for him to become a real ranker, something which he had only dreamed about. If that happens. But as Vian was lost in thoughts, planning his rosy future, a sudden feeling of anxiety possessed him. Wait a minute, then who will be the owner of Phoenix? But his anxiety was soon swallowed by greed. Does it have to be 2 people? Vian peeked at Ram. Ram was a useful partner. They had been working as a team for 3 years. But as most treasure hunters did, they simply banded together out of necessity, and there wasn't any particular loyalty or friendship between themselves. If so, at that moment, the greed that filled Vian's eyes was quickly replaced with murderous intent. But Ram suddenly turned his head his way and grinned. Vian quickly hid his murderous intent and put on a feigned smile. What is it? I think you're thinking the same thing after all. Wah kook. Vian suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vision started to spin, and his body felt heavier. Vian soon collapsed onto the floor. But he still tried to hold the egg in his arm. When he looked up, Ram was looking down at him with a cold smile. Well, you know how things work in our field of work, right? So please, don't feel too badly of me. If I hadn't done this first, you'd have done it, isn't that right? But when, you remember the bottle of water I gave you a while ago? I put some mandrake juice in it, but you didn't seem notice even as you drank it. I was surprised how well it worked since you always doubt whenever I give you something. He remembered himself drinking water out of the bottle Ram had handed him. He didn't even think of doubting anything because he was so thirsty from running so hard. Damn it, and that was Vian's last word. Ram grinned as he checked if he was dead. A phoenix's egg. Damn, this is a jackpot. I've been waiting so long for this to happen. Ram wondered where should he go hide with the egg. If the client gets word of him running off after acquiring the egg, they will search everywhere for him. In order to avoid them, he really had to hide as perfectly as possible. At least for 3 years. It was the time needed for a phoenix to grow into an adult. Once that was over, he would have the life of a ranker waiting for him. Wong, he felt the egg wriggling in his arm, but he ignored it and continued walking away from the forest. No, he was going to walk away, but his body didn't listen to his command. Then he felt something in the center of his chest. When he looked down, he found the blade of a sword, protruding from his chest. What just happened? Leaving the sentence unfinished, Ram slowly fell forward. Yin Wu then quickly circled around him, carefully taking the egg from his arms. Idiots! Yin Wu clicked his tongue as he looked at the thieves' 2 corpses. He, in fact, had found them long before they had even escaped the forest region. He wanted to ambush them from behind, but he was worried they would drop the egg in the heat of combat. So he chose to follow them from behind, waiting for the right chance to strike. But the chance came not long after he started watching. They started fighting for the eggs. And as expected, Yin Wu didn't miss such a great opportunity. Yin Wu cast flame infusion and burned both of the bodies to ashes. I wish every quest was this easy. To be honest, it was too easy. Ah, my child, thank goodness, you're alright. Sudden quest Phoenix's egg completed. Yin Wu smiled faintly as he watched the phoenix shedding tears of joy. I'm glad it worked out. Yin Wu suddenly had a burning desire to see his mom once again.